North, who was top of the table by the end of yesterday's play, got more than her. And only by 1.
40.
As he got 9. But Corrine also got the highest finish of yesterday of 142.
96.
So in spells, she was doing spellbinding stuff. So maybe if she can consistently find a few more trebles in between the bits of magic,
100.
potentially she could cause more problems for the likes of Kelling and her other opponents today.
57.
But in this fixture yesterday, it was Jamie who won by 4 legs to 1. And averaging that game of around 80. And when you're playing in game 15
95.
on a Monday, you do tend to find that those games get a little bit tired towards the end of the schedule.
95.
And that was a bit of a tired game. Corrine looking for the same score that Jamie was searching for, the 133.
57.
Doesn't pick up a treble and offers Jamie a chance to get back in the leg. And if there was something that Jamie lacked yesterday, it was a good first dart. He was constantly searching for scores around the 19s and 18s. Two treble 19s will give him a shot at bull for the first leg here. Or the conventional route of 61st, but that treble 20 region has not been too good to him in the last 24 hours. Double 12 for Corrine. Now double 6. And she takes a 75 checkout for a 21 dart hold of throw in the first leg of Tuesday's play. Hello, welcome along to everybody tuning in today. Should be a good day today. Be interesting to see who gets the first 2 points in this first match though. Yesterday was very interesting because when we thought that Robert Thornton and Alan Norris were
100.
going to be the two at the top of the table, someone by the name of Richard North got his act together and played some quite spectacular darts by the end of play. We'll touch more on that when Richard joins us, when he plays Alan Norris in game 2, which was undoubtedly the game of yesterday.
85.
But for me, it's probably the best game I've watched in all of the games that I've covered for the Online Darts Live League this year.
85.
As for the general standard of yesterday, I think it was excellent. And the one thing that stood out for me from all parties was the doubling. And that's much better from Jamie Kelling. That's what was missing yesterday. He did get 5 180s, but they were quite sporadic.
41.
Doubles percentages for Jamie and Corrine yesterday between the two of them. Corrine around 26% on doubles. Jamie about 34, which isn't too bad, but I think it was the scoring that let him down yesterday more than anything else. But for other players, likes of Nathan Girvan,
96.
Alan Norris and Richard North, they were just brilliant. As Kelling goes for tops. Double 5. Does he want to go for it or does he want to bust it and have another crack next time?
Nice score.
I think he did the right thing there. Last thing you want to do is underpitch that double 5 and find yourself under pressure all of a sudden, because that's what would have happened, and sitting on a lowly 5 points. Now that's awkward now.
Nice score.
Just didn't go Jamie's way. That second dart flattened out. And Corrine has a beautiful opportunity here to steal this leg. If she can find the bull.
36.
Doesn't really scare it. And Jamie gets a third visit to take care of business. Double 4 now.
Yeah, 3.
Well, he can't get it conventionally, but he got it the tricky way by getting the double 6, then the double 4. And maybe that just took some pressure off him a little bit, even though Corrine was on a shot herself. It's 1-1 in this game of the day to start us off. It's a strange thing to feel when you're under pressure on double 10, you've got 2 darts.
130.
But when you hit the double 6, you somewhat instinctively go for that double 4. And you don't think about the pressure anymore. You just think about, oh, I didn't expect that. The next thing you know, you've hit it. It's amazing how many times that happens. Big chance for Corrine to get a 2-0 lead there. Not able to do so. And in her first game yesterday against Robert Thornton, she was in a hugely advantageous position. And she wasn't able to finish the job. She should have won that match 4 legs to 2. She ended up missing 6 match darts against Robert. He survived that one and then kicked on a little bit after that.
40.
Last time we saw Jamie before yesterday was at the end of week 2, where he substituted for Jamie Caven, who had to withdraw for injury reasons.
40.
He came in and almost made the finals based on 1 day of play because he won 5 games from 5.
58.
But the only win he's had since then was against Corrine yesterday. Look at some of his averages yesterday against the likes of Norris, Nathan Girvan, Robert Thornton and Richard North. They were all a little bit under par.
93.
He did tweet yesterday saying that he didn't feel that it was a very good day at all. A bit of honesty there. He'll be hoping for a much better day today.
44.
This leg is still up for grabs.
105.
Decent pressure. Could be one more shot at the bullseye. Well, she will hope for a shot at the outer ring. Can't quite get my head around why someone will go for the bullseye there, because it's a smaller target than the treble 14. Double 8. And Jamie Kelling gets a confidence boosting 76 check out there. It hasn't been working on the doubles on the whole, but he's got the lead all of a sudden and he can kick on from here. He will hope so anyway. Averages in this game are not too much to write home about, but we have seen in early stages of Online Darts Live League days where people just need to grind a win out to start with, and then after that it becomes a little bit easier. We saw that with Robert yesterday. He only averaged 83 against Corrine in match 3, and then when he returned in match 5 he averaged 100.
80.
So maybe if Jamie can get 2 points early today, there'll be something for him to build on. He didn't have that luxury 24 hours ago. When he played in match 1, he suffered a 4-0 defeat to Richard North, who had no problem finding his range early.
42.
Overall, Jamie Kelling's win percentage in matches played this year in the Online Darts Live League is 50%. He's played 18 matches with 9 wins. That's the same win percentage as Richard North, who has played 30 matches and won 15.
100.
You get the feeling that both of these players are quite reliant on a good first start. They're excellent scorers when they get that first start correct. They've got something to hit.
81.
And Jamie's just refuted that statement by getting 21 on top of her first start 60. Surely Corrine's got to go downstairs now and does exactly the right thing. Treble 19 leaves a shot at double 18.
Yeah, 3.
And that is a really good confidence boost for Jamie Kelling. A ton plus finish of 1-1-3 to take a 3-1 lead, and he's looking to repeat the score from yesterday. And if he wins the next leg, that's exactly what he will receive. Everybody yesterday had a ton plus checkout, which doesn't happen every day.
85.
Like I said, the biggest one came from that lady right there, 142. 2 treble 20s and double 11. 3 of the 6 players
95.
from yesterday had their best ever average playing in the Online Darts Live League. Headlined, of course, by that incredible 106 average from Richard North in match 14 against Alan Norris. But averages don't win you points.
100.
Stats can lie. But ultimately, it was Richard North at the top of the table yesterday. And it was Corrine who was at the bottom of the table on leg difference with Jamie.
99.
Whether he feels it or not, Jamie Kelling is just starting to play a little bit better here. And he's got Corrine just where he wants
58.
the Aussie, because she's struggling to keep up with his scoring. And he is strolling towards the finishing line, looking a little bit more assured
100.
than he was at any point yesterday. Jamie will have the most elongated schedule today, playing match 1 and match 15, so he'll have the bigger breaks in between games, and he won't be back until game number 5 against Nathan Girvan.
39.
And he will hope that he gets a shot at 68 to finish match 1 off. Can Corrine get a shot at tops? Oh, it's a great dart.
Oh, 96.
And that one just comes up short to give Jamie his first chance to win 2 points on Tuesday morning. And it's 1 dart at double 16.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah, good finishing from Jamie Kelling in the end. It was a bit of a ropey start where he had some problems on tops and 10s, but he did make some good decisions, and he has repeated yesterday's 4-1 victory over Corrine. But the doubles at the end of the match were excellent, so he does get his first 2 points. We're going to go straight into match 2, which is Richard North and Alan Norris, which was a blockbuster from yesterday. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. Slight change of strip today for Richard North, who goes for the black polo, whereas Chuck has brought another one of his signature shirts from his home in Tamworth in Warwickshire. Northie, who tweeted out yesterday that he was using the long stems like Luke Humphries. He'll be hoping to get those bounce outs out the way. Might as well do that in your practice throws, but you don't want that to happen in the match. He needed every dart yesterday to have that exceptional display against Alan Norris. An average of 106.64. The best of yesterday by a little bit of distance. 40% on doubles in that match as well. And the 4-3 win over Alan sealed top spot yesterday.
41.
Not on points, not on leg difference, but because he had the same leg difference as Alan. He had the same points as Alan, but the head-to-head record yesterday based on that match is what separated them. So effectively, these two players yesterday were separated by a couple of darts. That was it. Could we see the same today? Well, on day 2 of Group A, because there is tomorrow to come as well, you could say that this Tuesday's play
100.
is all about putting yourself in position to strike tomorrow. You've got to have a chance of making the top of the table on Wednesday to make Saturday's final.
140.
You could be out of the running today, but you can't win it today. You've got to be in the frame.
There's another one. 21.
Northie's looking for an early break here. Treble 10. Just double checking that. Best thing is to get it right. Double top. A bit of an early morning shot at the top double there. Drags it about an inch low. Norris can't leave tops. Coming up trebleless. But Richard North not coming up doubleless as he starts, as he means to go on, hopefully, taking the first leg against the throw. And Richard North, yesterday's table topper. Could he be the table topper again today? Just to reiterate the format for Group A, 3 days of play, where everybody will play 15 matches. And whoever is top of Group A tomorrow, after all of their requisite games, will progress to Saturday night's final. And then dependent on where you finish in the table behind the leader, that stipulates where you play Thursday and Friday. So second place and third place will play the evening session in Group C. And that will be alongside Jason Askew, Sean Fisher and Martin Adams. And then Group B, which is the same time slot on Thursday and Friday as Group A.
96.
Positions 4, 5 and 6 in the table after tomorrow. We'll play with Wes Newton, Jared Cole and Fallon Sherrick.
24.
But of the two yesterday, you would have to say that Richard North settled quicker. He was a bit shell-shocked by
100.
a 4-1 loss to Robert Thornton in match 5, but that was the only thing that went wrong yesterday.
140.
And as far as Alan Norris, the only thing that went wrong for him was losing to North.
Oh.
Well, there's no need for that, Richard.
40.
It's just what he does. If he leaves 80, he's always going to go 2 double tops, even if his opponent is not on a finish.
57.
It doesn't make sense to me, but the more he gets away with it, the more he's going to do it. Double 10 again.
Yeah, third down.
And he has found double 10 as well. I will probably dissect the 80 checkout a little bit more if he leaves it throughout the course of the day, but let's move on because Richard North is 2-0 up against Alan Norris, and so far so good for Northie. Yesterday when Alan started his campaign, he had a 4-3 victory against Nathan Girvan. That was a hard-fought victory. If he's going to win this one, he's going to have to graft again.
95.
Richard is one of those players that was born to do nothing else. Now, I don't mean that
96.
in a derogatory sense. Darts is something that he's incredibly good at. And the fact of the matter is, Richard North is one of the best players in the world when he's playing well. That has been proven. You don't make PDC ranking finals playing poorly.
93.
The only reason he didn't pick up a victory is because of the brilliance of Dave Chisnell. I think it's only a matter of time before Richard North graces the Pro Tour again.
Oh, yes.
But Alan Norris, who has been through tough times over the last few years, showed yesterday that he still has it.
Lucky last.
And that was really nice to see. And as someone who is approaching the magic bullseye age,
140.
he might have a choice to make next year as to whether he wants to play senior darts as well. Norris is not going to take the 160, and make no mistake, he could be in a bit of bother now,
85.
because North on 88 is looking for a 3-0 lead in this one against one of his biggest rivals in the group. And he needs the bull.
57.
Bullseye has not been scared today by any player. Is double 12 scared? It should be. It's just been taken as Alan Norris gets his first leg of the day. And we always say that when you get your first double in any campaign, that does settle you down a little bit. And Alan might need that as he is 2-1 down. Yes, Northie tweeted yesterday about using these longer stems, courtesy of Luke Humphreys, who has somewhat famously used these long stems over the last few years.
41.
Richard is one of those dart players that likes to try something if he feels it might benefit his game.
140.
About a year ago, he was toying with the idea of using a shorter, fatter dart and a stem and flight combination that were moulded together. It seemed to work quite well. But that idea seemed to dissipate quite quickly.
140.
Now, judging by the way he's played today so far, and of course yesterday, I think the long stems might be here to stay. Averaging 97.8 in this game, and it's just getting better.
57.
He's not going to be punished for missing those two doubles, but you get the feeling that the way that other players doubled yesterday, if they can book up their scoring, Richard might just have to be a little bit sharper later on. That's a great guide.
Yeah, second.
Superbly used, and Richard North is looking all the bit the top player from yesterday once more as he takes a 3-1 lead against Chuck Norris. Early pressure on Chuck, but early relief here for the table topper, Richard North. Same leg difference, same points
41.
after yesterday's campaign. And North is looking to not only get a points lead, but establish an early lead in leg difference.
90.
Because, of course, as Richards gets better, because he's playing Alan, Alan's will get worse. So he could prospectively open up a 6-leg gap if he wins 4-1.
81.
Richard North's win percentage before this game in online darts live league action in 2021 was 50%, which is decent. Alan Norris's win percentage is 54%, but he played less games. The only person with a better win percentage than these two is Robert Thornton, who plays next.
140.
His win percentage is 71%. And he's played a lot of matches. I wonder what Robert is going to conjure up today.
Hey, 140.
Somewhat ironic cry of 140 there from Alan Norris, who recognises that he hasn't played his best game here in match number 2.
Oh, 40.
Both a bit languid and a bit slow out of the blocks today. Even so, Richard North is still averaging 95.
39.
Alan's only averaging 75. Could Richard finish with a real crescendo here?
Can't see. Not sure. I don't.
63 scored, leaves you 86. I assure you, he can't hear me.
32 left. 131.
Well, you got the maths right, you got the tactics right, and he's going to get a shot at double 16 to finish this match 4 legs to 1 to establish a 2-0 lead over Alan Norris for the week. It'll be a case of job done if this goes in. Double 4.
Yeah. 4 left.
Job not done yet. Sure, there's no mist in the room. They're both having trouble seeing the score. Double top. And Norris doesn't survive with a 62 checkout. Does Northie find double 2? He doesn't find double 1 either. That's 6 match darts missed. Alan Norris, how is he getting away with this one? Well, he is getting away with it. Somehow that's a 22 darter to stay in the match. Now, I said they'd started a bit slowly, but Richard North has let that leg slip. Now he's got to go all the way back to 501 to try and get another match dart. Looking on the bright side, Rich, that was on the Alan Norris throw.
139.
And that's a pretty good bright side when it comes to starting the match as well. Well, starting that leg anyway.
180.
Oh, good answer from Chuck. Could we be in for another 4-3 potentially? Only one of these players wants that.
140.
And maybe that iffy leg in leg 5 is just walking them both up.
140.
Norris is butchering that 60.
$81.
And he's just about got the advantage in this leg as Alan if he gets another big score. It will be another chance for Richard North to finish the match here.
57.
But it's a much more difficult out than the one that Norris has got. Having said that, I really was expecting him to get that 57. But Norris, can he survive once more? That first dart never helps a 1-2-4.
40.
Just hasn't established a really good rhythm at the start of play today, Chuck. So is it lucky number 7 or 8?
Yeah,
And it is 8. Now that was a bit of a pushy dart there. We got a little glimpse of the follow through from Richard North. It wasn't a pure dart, but it's not about how it's delivered. It's about where it ends up. And 4-2 it is to Richard North, who gets his first 2 points of the day to get to 10 in the Group A table. Robert Thornton, one of the biggest challengers to Richard North at the top. He starts his campaign next, and he's up against Nathan Girvan, his fellow Scot. Welcome back to Game 3 of today's Online Darts Live League. All Scottish affair for game number 3, and a very vibrant shirt for Nathan Girvan today. Doesn't look so from the front, but when he turns around, ooh, that's a bit loud. Like it though, like it. The young man from Arbroath, who, in my opinion, is gaining excellent experience being here this week, playing against legends of the like of Thornton and Norris and North. He will feel that there's not much pressure on him this week. And I would have to agree with that, because I think the pressure's firmly on the likes of Northy, on Norris, and on Thornton. Robert, who starts this match off, and will throw in all of the odd-numbered legs, had a decent day yesterday.
85.
But I think he would admit that after surviving his first game against Corrine Hammond, 4-3, he then played really well in his next 2 games, 100 averaging, beating Richard North, inflicting his only defeat of the day, and a 4-0 win over Jamie Kelling. But after that, he tired somewhat. He just looked a bit more tired than he was earlier in the day against the likes of Alan Norris and Nathan Girvan, who ended up getting a 4-1 win against Robert yesterday. And that was Nathan's best performance of the day. So can Robert avenge that against the 18-year-old in this one?
137.
Let's see, the method from Nathan there was to get the 171 to leave 170.
100.
He has stolen the darts away from the Thorn early here. Only one maximum yesterday for Nathan Girvan, which is quite unusual for someone of his talent, but
140.
there was some excellent doubling from him yesterday, I have to say. 88. And finds 4-4, and there's more evidence of that really good, precise work on the outer ring from the young man. Early in this one, as he takes a 1-0 lead and gets a break of throw against Robert in the first leg as well. If he keeps doubling the way he has this week, he's going to get himself a reputation as someone not to be trifled with in those 2-dart situations he was just in with Robert Thornton.
134.
Even in defeat yesterday, Nathan Girvan was having a really good time on the outer ring. His first game yesterday against Alan Norris, he lost 4-3, but
97.
his doubles percentage was 75%. He then lost his next match too to Corrine Hammond,
50.
and his doubles percentage was 50%. So when he was getting shots, he was taking them most of the time.
100.
So maybe if the scoring goes up a notch today, and he keeps that doubles percentage high, then there's no reason why he can't pick up a lot of points today.
81.
He did end up getting 4 points. That is 3 wins from the last week, because he did play on Thursday and Friday. So it's the first campaign where he's got multiple wins in a day. Something to build on.
140.
He has a chance here to finish leg 2 on double 16. Doesn't manage to finish it this time. And Robert has been warned here. Can't afford to miss. Didn't miss that double 18 approach by much. Just the width of the wire. And NVG, as he has been phrased, needs double 4 again. And this time he does let it slip. There is a rule in darts. Don't leave Robert on tops. Maybe the rule has been broken.
30. Seriously.
I think Robert is giving himself a genuine telling off. Yeah, double four and a somewhat muted call in 2 darts there from Nathan Girvan, who takes his chance. He did that yesterday against Robert, and he's doing it again today. And he's 2-0 up in a race to 4 legs. Best of 7, of course. All games are best of 7 legs. Certain matches you watch,
85.
you wish they were a lot longer. The most important thing for Nathan here, if he can get the win, is he will
140.
equalise Robert Thornton's points tally of 6 and get within 4 of the table topper for Group A. Richard North on 10 now. Second place belongs to Alan Norris on 8. Bit of distance back to Jamie Kelling and Corrine Hammond, who are on 4 and 2 respectively.
41.
Corrine will return to the Oki in the next match against Richard. So you get the feeling that a lot of people in this group will be hoping that Corrine has a day out in the next match and picks up the points. The last thing this entire field needs is Richard North to have an undefeated day today, because if he has that, he's going to create distance between himself and the rest.
47.
It really hasn't clicked for Robert this morning. But this has been steady from Nathan Girvan.
100.
He's been straight. And that is a really good sign. Even when he gets the 60 there, he gives it a flick of the eyebrows.
125.
Always entertaining to watch whether he's throwing good stuff or bad stuff, Robert Thornton. 141 is left, but only if Nathan Girvan misses double top for the 120 conversion. Being very precise with the toe on the Oki there.
100.
And he's going to get a second look. And that has been the tale of this match.
55.
Nathan has been given too much time on doubles.
Yeah, game
He
of
can't afford to do that against him right now, because he is doubling very, very well. Too many chances, too many opportunities. He's taking every single chance he's getting. He's 3-0 up against the legend here. Oh, this is Dream Street for the 18-year-old. 4-1 win yesterday. 3-0 up here.
125.
Over the space of 2 matches, he could beat Robert Thornton 8-1. And one thing we know about Robert is, if that does happen, there will be a backlash of some sort when he returns to the Oki, which will be in match 6 against Alan Norris.
100.
Nathan Girvan not looking like he's in a charitable fettle. Good performance. 91 average. 30% on doubles. A little bit down on what he did yesterday. He's actually 52% on doubles yesterday, Nathan Girvan.
140.
That is excellent. Throughout the course of 5 matches. The only person who had better doubling stats than him yesterday was Richard North, who had almost 55%, which is frightening, really.
96.
Nathan has forced the man we call Chocolate to take the 121 out. Back against the wall stuff for double 14.
93.
Might be the last dart he throws. 4-0 on the cards.
Yeah, game of
4-0 it is, and a 14 darter seals it for Nathan Girvan. I didn't see that coming. I'm not sure Robert did either. But it is 4-0, and Nathan Girvan gets his first 2 points in his first game. It could be a good day for him. Could be a bad day for Thornton if he doesn't roll the years back and maybe have a good day out against Alan Norris in his next match. But before we get to that, we got Richard North and Corrine Hammond. Can Richard North elongate his lead at the top of the table? We'll see in the next match. without further ado, we go into Game 4 of today's Online Darts Live League for Group A. And Corrine, Hammond and Richard North will play match 2. Differing fortunes in their first match. Corrine with a bit of a slow start, losing 4-1 to Jamie Kelling. But the 30-year-old Richard North starting with a very positive 90 average in a 4-2 win against Alan Norris, who was under par, admittedly. But because he was the closest challenger to Richard, that has proven to be a very handy win. And one thing that should be noted as well is if Richard falters and Alan Norris recovers, and let's say this time tomorrow they have the same points and the same leg difference, if they've got to be split in the table
55.
by leg difference or anything like that, and they can't be split,
100.
one thing that will separate them is the head-to-head record between Richard North and Alan Norris. And Richard's already won that because he's won 2 of the first 3 games they've played this week. So Richard's doing everything right.
140.
So for that reason, and many other reasons, he is definitely the front runner. Might take some stopping the way he's playing. Scary thing is, that 90 average performance looked pretty ordinary. I get the feeling there's a lot of gears left for Richard to find today. He's finding something a tiny bit extra in this first leg.
60.
He's only found about half of his score there. One of the best things about
100.
the way that we play the league is the fact that we flip the fixtures around on day 2. Just adds a little bit of a different complexity to things. Richard's looking for a 15 darter
48.
and doesn't get it. Downstairs first on the 161, the somewhat Gary Anderson approach.
Oh,
The only person that I know of who goes that route all the time. Richard to hold
Yeah, fast
in
start.
the first leg and hasn't got any woes there. So around that 93, 94 average in that first leg, and that's where he's been the entire time. Averaged close to 97 yesterday. So this is what we've come to expect from Richard North this week. Yeah, when you look at his stats yesterday, you have to be impressed. 96.9 for the day, and a doubles percentage of close to 55%. He got the most 180s. He got 9. Corrine was second on 8. But overall, I'm sure that Richard will have been very pleased with the way he played. But one thing that does puzzle me is that yesterday he was wearing these lovely slipper type shoes in a very fetching shade of grey. Well, he played so well in them yesterday. Why wouldn't you wear them today as well? Well, he's not wearing them today. Maybe it's just me. I make a big thing about wearing the same shoes all the time when it comes to playing darts because you don't want your height to change. But he's changed his shoes completely, which is going to make a little bit of a difference. But maybe I'm just nitpicking.
81.
Well, again, it's so far so good for Richard, who has got himself into this nice little routine of throw 3 darts, get himself back into the safe zone, a little sip of water, back to the hockey. It's a nice rhythmic circle he's got going on.
180.
Well, it definitely works. First 180 of the match goes to Northie. There you go, back to the safe zone, little sip of water, nice routine going on, watching everything that
40.
Corrine is doing. Studying his opponent. And looking like someone who is impervious to whatever goes on.
M3.
15 darter from Richard North will improve his average. And he's looking very, very solid in this group. Very comfortable with the task at hand. And with getting Norris out of the way, he's looking at Corrine and possibly eyeing up a 4-0 victory here. That is exactly what he got yesterday as well.
180.
Doesn't look very sympathetic to Corrine's plight, does he? He wasn't yesterday in one of his best games of the day. Averaged 101.9 against Corrine and had 2 out of 3 on his doubles. 67%. Oh, hello. He's got the treble 19 out the way as well. Over the last leg and a bit, he has been hitting that treble 20 for fun. 2 more, Rich. I'll give you a shot. A double 12. Another. Oh, it was just a bad position. If only that 60 was a tiny bit higher.
128.
He did have the option of going to an open bed as well. He could have gone for treble 18 for double 15, and that would have been something a little different.
96.
Well, that's the deepest we've gone into a 9 this week. Double 8.
Yeah, fast.
And we get a 10 instead. So Richard North is going up a notch in his second game of the day. He's going up to a notch that maybe nobody else can live with. He's only 1 leg away from a second consecutive 4-0 victory against the Aussie. It's a very impressive average. I know it's only best of 7. But still, you've got to do it.
44.
I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday who doesn't know a lot about sport. We're talking about all the different complexities with different
85.
sports and how in snooker you can get a fluke. You can get a foul and be given points. In darts, you get nothing for free. That's what my point was. Even if you score heavily and your opponent misses all day long, you still have to hit the double to win the leg.
83.
You have to physically hit to win. Whereas in other sports, especially team sports, you could win and not have to do anything.
60.
You are judge, jury and executioner and your own defence counsel in this sport. If you don't perform, you don't get. So yes, it's only best of 7. And yes, Richard North's averaging 108. But he deserves to because he's playing well.
45.
Oh, this is very good.
133.
Excellent counting. Really good tactics on 233. You can see what he's trying to do. The equivalent of a 140 downstairs in the 19 region sets up a 2-darter.
Oh, 36.
And as much as everything has gone right for Richard, not much has gone right for Corrine, unfortunately. Just stay north of those two, Richard. No pun intended. He's only 1 dart away from another boisterous average. Something very similar to what he did against Alan Norris yesterday. Tops. And he doesn't finish the job. He did miss multiple match darts against Norris before eventually winning that match. And Richard North is the kind of person who likes to look at his average when he's finished. It has come down a bit after 4 mismatched darts. Make that 5.
Yeah, last
And he's
part.
got it on number 6. But that is a fantastic performance. And a very good effort at a 9 darter in there as well. He got 7 deep into it. He was close to dart number 8. But the most important thing for him is it's 2 more points and plus 4 more in his leg difference column as well. Very, very good stuff from the tabletopper. Now everybody's got to try and catch him. Well, Nathan Girvan and Jamie Kelling are next up to the plate, so let's see what they can dish up. After a short break in proceedings, after a thumping win for Richard North against Corrine Hammond, we get back into the action now with two players who were successful in their first game today by differing scorelines, but neither were troubled. So it could be a very profitable Tuesday for one of these guys, or possibly both. But first, they've got to play each other to see who can keep pace with a somewhat rampant Richard North. He has now opened up a 4-point gap at the top of the Group A table on 12 points. His closest challenger is Alan Norris, who plays against Robert Thornton next. But if Nathan Girvan can win this game, he wouldn't just get his second win against Jamie Kelling in 24 hours, but he would get within 4 points of Northie himself. I'll be interested to see how Jamie Kelling plays
60.
over this match and the next, because yesterday he didn't get that foundation of an early win. Yes, he didn't play his best stuff against Corrine Hammond in match 1, but he got the win. And winning is a habit. So I get the feeling that he's in a better position to potentially play better at this part of the day than yesterday. But Nathan will be thinking,
What?
that's an ideal start of the day, isn't it? 4-0 against Robert Thornton.
Can I have that back?
I've just been told to pause, so please bear with us for a few seconds. Apologies for that short break in proceedings there.
What do you want?
As I was saying about Nathan Girvan, he started with a 4-0 victory against Robert Thornton. He's pulled himself into the fold, but
59.
the way that Richard North is playing, I think everybody recognises that they're going to have to play incredibly well for the rest of the Group A campaign this week. Otherwise, Northie is going to have it all his own way. The last performance from Richard, a 96.97 average with 33% on his doubles.
Sorry guys, 2 seconds.
We just lost our scoring graphic, so we're just going to reset that and get everything right before the players proceed.
Carry on guys, sorry about this.
I believe Nathan has 61 remaining, and there is 61 of them, just like that. Young players, they just don't let anything get in the way, do they? Just completely unflappable. 61 points, just like that, and Nathan Girvan takes the lead at 1-0. Straight into leg 2 then. Apologies again for that short interval.
140.
More evidence that nothing seems to worry Nathan Girvan. And like I was saying in his first match today, there isn't any pressure on him. What pressure could be on him? He's 18 years old. He's gaining experience. The likes of Thornton, Norris, North, even Corrine, Hammond, they're the ones who've got pressure on them. They're recognised as the best players in their fields. So you get the feeling that Nathan can just play with freedom.
97.
And as each day comes, he can learn more about his game, learn more about his opponents, and become stronger. And from what I've seen of Nathan in the last week, I'm starting to see him blossom.
100.
I did say yesterday I wasn't sure about the flights that he's using. Well, that's my own opinion.
100.
He doesn't leave himself with a lot of room for error with those very small flights, but it's entirely up to him what he uses. It's what works. Tops would work.
64.
And he has been the better player of the two in this one so far. No shot at double 12 on the 141 for Jamie. But Nathan, who has doubled brilliantly over the last day and a bit. Double 10. Excellent. When he's getting the visit, more often than not, when he's got 3 darts at a double in a visit, or 2, or 1, more often than not, he's getting it. And that's why he's picking up more legs as he plays more in this 6th week. 2-0 up against Kelling. Won 4-3 yesterday against Jamie with an excellent doubles percentage of 67% and a steady average of 86. And yesterday it was around 86 where Nathan averaged for the day. As for Jamie, he was around 79, so he was a good dart and a bit behind.
Sorry about this again. Carry on, guys.
Apologies as we lost our graphic once more there again, but we seem to have it back now. Every time there is a pause in this game, Nathan Girvan seems to come back with something big, whether it's a 61 checkout or a 140.
60.
You get the feeling that the pauses in the game are maybe affecting the person who's defeated more than the person who's 2-0 up.
1p.
Well, that's pretty symptomatic of the way sport is. When you're losing, more things will get to you. When you're winning, they don't get you as much. An excellent 133 approach to this 170 for Nathan.
130.
And he's found an amazing approach to tops. What a 6 darts that was. Too strong for Jamie Kelling so far.
100.
And you fancy this tops is going to go as well. Double 10. Sensing a bit of deja vu here.
20.
Maybe not, as he misses double 10 this time. Bullseye for a 1-2-4 to cling on to this game. And he misses by the finest of margins. Well, Nathan knows he's got double 10 remaining. So our graphic there is playing catch up.
Yeah, Nathan, you require 20.
Well, he's going to hit this because every time he's had a pause, he's hit whatever he's gone for. And there you have it. Once more, 3-0 to Nathan Girvan. He is taking everything in his stride today. And quite incredibly, towards the second match of his day, he hasn't lost a leg yet. Incredible. 7-0 to the good. Nathan's going to feel invincible. Especially when he's in there with darts 1 and 2.
140.
He hasn't scored a 180 in this match, but he hasn't needed to. 4 ton plus,
100.
well, ton 40 plus scores. He really has been the better player of these two.
Is it not updated, Nathan? The scoreboard's still updated during, Nathan.
I think what you're seeing with Nathan Girvan in this match is an old head on young shoulders. You're seeing a quite incredible amount of experience for an 18-year-old kid. He's been around the block or two a few times
60.
in the last few years in youth darts and some senior stuff as well. And he is taking this situation and just evolving with it. Sometimes you get these little things that happen at sporting events which are out of your control, but the way he is handling it is somewhat inspirational because there's nothing he can do about it. He's just there to throw the darts.
140.
He's only 136 away from registering a second consecutive 4-0 victory today, and he might just get it. 888. Oh, what a performance that would have finished up being. Might still be the case. And Jamie will want to forget this particular game quickly. He's going to have to as well, because that 14 darter signals the end of that game for Jamie Kelling. It signals the end of the game for Nathan Girvan as well, but he has gone 2 straight wins into today and he hasn't lost a leg yet. Could this be his big day, his big breakthrough? Well, he started perfectly. Next, we've got Alan Norris and Robert Thornton coming up, and that one entices the taste buds, doesn't it? Welcome to game number 6 of today's play, and this is probably the headliner when it comes to reputations, but it isn't the headliner when it comes to the points table. You get the feeling after both of these players lost their first game of the day that this one is fairly important, considering the gap that Richard North has created at the top of the table now. Richard on 12 points, and Thornton half of that amount on 6, and Norris on 8. Whoever loses this match is going to start needing wins very, very quickly afterwards. So this is pretty pivotal. I suppose if you're Richard North, you'd much rather Robert Thornton wins this one, because you would maintain your 4-point gap at the top of the table. But the way that Richard's playing today, I don't think he's thinking about anybody else but his own form. Things didn't go to plan in that first game of the day for Robert, losing 4-0 to Nathan Girvan. And that leads me to a very interesting point. Nathan has won 2 games today, both of them 4 legs to nil,
100.
with exactly the same average and exactly the same doubles percentage. Talk about deja vu. Maybe that's a good nickname for Nathan. 93.4 average, 33.33% on doubles. How often do you do that 2 games in a row, have the same stats? Well, if he does it in his next game against Richard North, that'll be just mesmerising. But that is to come next after this. And in this group where it's 15 games per player, 5 per day, it's all about this one and trying to keep a little bit of pace with the man at the top. As for yesterday, it was Norris who won this match 4 legs to nil. And that signalled a bit of a downturn in the fortunes of Robert Thornton from yesterday. And it's a bit of a slow start from both in this first leg.
58.
They aren't the youngest players, so sometimes they will have little aches and pains and little niggles. If you think that playing darts...
Hold on. Shit.
Oh dear. You see that my block?
That's treble 1, isn't it?
I don't know, I can't see from here.
Yeah.
I'll accept it.
Split on.
Are we still supposed to be waiting on?
Uh-huh.
I like him very much.
What did Thornton score just then? 50, 58, right, yeah.
Showed me a 58.
Now, the good thing is for Alan is that this has happened in the first leg. He's going to have to brush it aside and concentrate on the rest of the match. You know what they say in life and in sport. You can't affect what has happened, but you can affect what happens next.
Sorry, carry on now.
So he scored 8 points. He's not going to get to a finish.
13.
And there's a complete visit he wants to forget. Well, like I say, better to have those instances early in a match than at the end.
58. Come on.
All will be forgotten if he gets a 174 or 140 here.
60.
Now, does Robert go for the treble 19 here? Treble 18, sorry. Just checking to see if that's in. It's not. It's got quite a dark point, so it's always best to check. 76 left with 2.
54.
Lines up tops. Based on the way this leg has gone so far, he will expect to come back. And he will now.
Left.
Yeah, handy visit there from Alan. This is by no means assured.
And 3.
Oh, he's got it in 3. And that's a bit of a relief there for Robert Thornton because that's his first leg of the day. He did, of course, lose in his first match 4-0, so maybe he can just settle down now after that questionable first leg, and he does have a 1-0 lead. There's a break as well. His first start today, Robert, has not been pinpoint.
48. Come on.
It is one of those things within this game that has to be good when you're playing well. When your first start is good, you take pressure off the rest of the visit. And your body and your arm and your mind relaxes. But if you're constantly looking for scores,
100.
you may just be a bit too tense. Well, as for today, it just doesn't seem to be going Alan's way. There's a lot of lurching going on, maybe a little bit of a pain somewhere in the torso. Like I was saying in the middle part of that first leg, if you think playing darts over 3 days, 15 matches of course, is easy, it's not. It's draining. And when you haven't been playing on tour for the last couple of years, it can be a bit of a shock to the old system. When Robert played in week 2, winning Group A,
Oh, 45.
he didn't start the week brilliantly, he started steadily, like he did yesterday. He then maintained a steady start with a steady Tuesday, then had an unbeaten Wednesday. He might just be on the cusp of doing the same again. The more he plays, the better he gets.
81.
77 leaves 67.
94.
Decent effort there from Chuck. Thornton looking for a second consecutive leg. But not going to find it.
42.
Strays into that one segment once more. Norris to respond with a better leg here. And that was just
40.
a bit scrappy. Didn't really give that tops much of a chance. And the double 10 is dragged way inside. One shot at the ball for Robert. He drags it into the small 14. A fortunate miss, you would say, but not when your opponent is on double 5. Alan doesn't have any problems on that double. It is 1-1. A scrappy affair so far. Not really living up to the billing, but it doesn't negate the fact that this is still an important game for 2 valuable points to keep up with Richard North. Top of the daily table so far today is Nathan Girvan, of course, who hasn't lost a leg. First maximum of the contest goes to Alan Norris there. Robert responding in kind.
125.
Almost. Second in the table, Richard North. 4 points from 4, of course. But his leg difference is only +6 from 2 matches. Now those two will go head to head next to see who maintains a position towards the top of the table. And no matter what happens in this match, you can guarantee that everybody wants Nathan Girvan to win that match, just to peg Richard back a little bit. Hasn't been much in the way of 2 treble visiting today from Robert.
140.
And as a dart player myself, that does frustrate you when it doesn't happen. When you're coming up with tons, 97s and 93s, things like that. You're only getting in the finishing zone after 4 visits, and you want to be there in 3. Well, Alan's on something very small after 4 visits. And he's on nothing after 14 darts. That's a much improved leg there from Alan, who has just put in his best leg of the day so far. Good timing from him, as he takes a 2-1 lead after being 1-0 down in this one. When they played yesterday, it was Norris who won 4-0,
180.
taking advantage of a lacklustre Robert Thornton performance, who only averaged 78 in that game. Norris himself only averaged
100.
84, but even 84 is staring down at them with their averages currently where they are right now.
140.
It was almost a feast or famine situation there with Robert, who went 5 deep into a 9.
$95.
Maybe in the middle portion of this match,
Hold on, guys, another freeze.
things could be turning around, but they do have to pause one more time. Robert not failing on that treble 20 in this leg, that's for sure. Leaving 41 after 9. Norris can still leave a finish, but comes up short. Single one for tops. For an 11 darter out of nowhere. And somehow finds the gap between that dart and the top wire. All Alan can do is pressurise that position of Robert. Does the right thing in going to the 18s.
89.
Can Robert finish the leg in 13?
And 2.
He does so in 14. And it's 2-2 in this one. It is a key match. And there have been interruptions in it. We do apologise for that with the troubles with our graphics. But it is a best of 3 match from here. And hopefully someone will kick on from here. The standard has been raised. And the averages have gone up slightly. But I can guarantee that the players are not thinking about averages right now.
100.
They're thinking about getting 2 more legs. I was having a little look back at the history books this morning, and the one European Tour event that Robert Thornton has won.
140.
It was the 2015 European Darts Open in Dusseldorf. A tournament that nobody can begrudge him because of the way he played in the semi-finals and final. He beat Kim Huybrechts in the final with 106 average, 6 legs to 2. He beat James Wade in the semi-finals, 6 legs to 1 with 111 average. He could have played Alan Norris in the final, but Alan Norris lost in the quarters to Michael van Gerwen, 6 legs to 2. But that was the only European Tour event that Robert Thornton won 6 years ago. Having said that, Alan Norris did win one himself the following season in Hildesheim, the German Darts Championship.
140.
So in their illustrious careers, that's something that they can share. One European Tour victory each.
24.
Could this be a big moment coming up here for
42.
Robert? 86 away from a 3-2 lead against the throw. Double 16.
Oh,
We have not seen him down in that corner much, and he has bust the score with an underpitched shot. That could be catastrophic for his chances. Well, that leaves double 10.
23.
somewhat serendipitous, you could say. An accidental leave of double 10, but boy, is that fruitful in the end. Nobody wants to go that way, but maybe because he hit it, he might go that way again sometime. 3-2 up now in this absolutely unpredictable match from start to possible finish.
$140.
Is there one more or two more twists in the tail in this one? Excellent start from Robert. He will be livid that he's not 3-2 up himself, throwing for the match right here. You can't stand it when you're grafting so hard and you find yourself in a great position.
123.
And then one bad dart scuppers the whole thing. Both evidently struggling, and this will be good news for Richard North. Because when you're sitting pretty at the top of the table,
94.
you want the pressure that you've applied to the other players to tell. You get the feeling it is starting to tell.
134. Oh no, sorry, correct. 98.
Great response from Robert after busting that 86 in the last leg. And his recovery skills on that treble 20 after suspect first darts has been very good in this leg. He will hope
96.
he does not bust this 66. He wants to get it in either 2 or 3. It can be 3.
Oh, 46.
And now he could be beaten.
Oh, yeah.
That one did not come out of the hand right. It went in a bit flat.
77.
Can Robert take us to the hill? Double 5.
Oh, really?
Oh, and
10.
somehow he misses the guide and offers Alan Norris his first chance to win this match. Alan has not played well in this game. And he hasn't won it yet. 2 match darts are missed. What more drama can we face with this game? Well, that will disgust Robert. He knows you can't do that with 3 darts in hand at double 5. And Norris is getting fortunate.
In 1.
And a beautifully delivered double 10 gives him a 4-2 victory. But it's a forgettable game, it has to be said. Robert Thornton has not played his best stuff today. He's going to have to rebound in his next match. But we take a bit of a break from the people looking up at Richard North as we look at the 2 undefeated players of today so far, Nathan Girvan and North. Let's proceed with game number 7 of the day. It is the 2 undefeated players currently in today's group. It's been plain sailing for both of them. 4 unanswered points for the 30-year-old and for the 18-year-old from Scotland. Very impressive leg differences for the day as well. +6 is quite something for Richard North, but that's nothing compared to Nathan Girvan, who hasn't lost a leg today yet.
Okay, it's Nathan throwing first. Game on.
And you've got Richard North at the top of Group A with 12 points. And his next challenger on 10 in Alan Norris after that fortunate win against Robert Thornton just now. If we have a Nathan Girvan third consecutive win here against North, then all of a sudden things start to bunch up a little bit more. However, if Northie gets another win here, he's going to recreate that 4-point gap.
43.
And he's definitely going to be in the box seat towards the second half of today's play and going into the second half of Group A action this week. Historically, in Group A, 24 points is usually quite safe to win the group.
85.
Northie's halfway there. He's had a bit of a wait since his last match. After beating Corrine Hammond with a 97 average. A very accomplished performance. But Nathan will be looking to turn things around after yesterday being defeated by Richard 4-1. Northie with a perfect opportunity to break in the first leg here. Squares things up somewhat and has a guaranteed shot at that 82, but he wanted something smaller than that.
96.
Completely negated the option of the 60 there to leave tops because he thought it was blocked. Richard North wants a shot at tops and gets one.
42.
First break opportunity in the match gone. Does he get another?
Game of 3.
The answer is no, because Girvan is starting to swim in the pool of confidence. He's been very good on doubles in the last day and a bit, and he was very good to rescue that outshot of 83 there. Brilliant from Nathan Girvan. Nathan's reputation has preceded him for the last 2 or 3 years. But you can tell the more he plays,
140.
the better he is becoming, the more he's blossoming into the player that we know he is. And I've already said a couple of times today, there's no pressure on him.
36.
None at all. And he's playing today like there is no pressure on him.
100.
And that's where a dart player is dangerous. That's one of the reasons why Johnny Clayton's done so well this year, because he is not someone who has put a great deal of pressure on himself. He's just been plodding on, doing his thing. And that's what I see when I look at Nathan today. Plodding along, just doing his thing.
134.
Brilliant switch from Richard North. Intelligent as well. 60 was completely closed. So going to the 18s was the logical play. And he has been given 6 darts from 144. Now he had 6 darts from 161 in leg 1 and wasn't able to do it.
58.
And in similar fashion, he has not left something small from the big outshot.
57.
This time he's not under the same level of pressure. Double 16.
Yeah, and 2.
And that's a much better kill there from Richard, who answers with a hold of his own in 17 darts. And this game is just blossoming into something that could get very good. Will it continue into leg 3? always like to see Scottish players donning that shade of blue.
59.
Should be proud of the flag. And you can see a lot of Scottish influence in that dart shirt with the blue and the white on the back.
58.
A little bit of green as well. But if the fashion police were coming, they'd say, that's fine, because there is a colour in between.
180.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, maybe you've never heard the phrase. Should never wear blue and green without a colour in between. That's just how my mind works.
90.
I have it on good authority that Northie is not wearing the same shoes yesterday because he might have been teased a little bit
128.
by one or two of the players, because of their very comfy nature. Well, Northie, I would have worn the grey shoes today because they were working yesterday. That's 62, which leaves 72.
70.
Not everything hinges on this game, of course, but
68.
you do get the feeling as a neutral that the table may be a bit more exciting if Nathan Girvan was to stay undefeated. Double 16.
32.
When he's missing a double, he is missing it by a very small margin. That's the first double he's missed in this match. Make that 2.
Game into.
But it's not a third as he rediscovers the lead at 2-1. He's looking very accomplished today, and he's going to be a thorn in the side of all of the players he plays. And you get the feeling that Richard North is not going to have it all his own way going into leg 4. Richard knows that he's going to have to find something a little bit extra special.
100.
Not just to beat Nathan in this leg, but to win the match because he doesn't have the darts.
83.
Excellent stuff.
140.
It takes real skill to deliver that setup that Richard has and put them so close together because those darts are fairly heavy. They've got a lot of width to them in the middle of the barrel.
100.
And of course, we've talked about the length of the stem. They're about the length of an arrow you'd put in a bow.
80.
It's not about how it looks, it's about where it ends up in the board. And so far so good in this leg, and he's using that 25 and bull to full effect. Seems to have got that bounce back in his step in this leg.
180.
He's going to need it. That 180 from Nathan Girvan, his second of the contest, has put huge pressure on this shot. Oh, really good from Richard North, because he was under immense pressure from Nathan Girvan. Sitting on that 56, he knew that if he missed that, the likelihood is he's going to be 3-1 down and needing 3 straight, but it is 2-2. Down to a best of 3. Very, very good game so far. And we would expect that from two players who have not tasted defeat today.
58.
So far today, Richard has averaged 90 against Alan Norris in a 4-2 win. 97 against Corrine Hammond in a 4-0 win. And, of course, Nathan Girvan, somewhat incredibly, averaging exactly the same
90.
and having the same doubles percentage in both of his previous matches. 93.4 and 33% on doubles.
97.
Throwing exactly the same amount of darts in both games. 64 of them.
60.
It's a definitive lift in standard for Nathan from yesterday, where he was averaging 86. So he's lifted himself by a good 6%. In darting terms, that's a lot. But he's under a big pressure push here from Richard North, who is finding that 60 with more regularity. And he's found the 168 approach as well, just to make Nathan feel worse. But this is against the darts. And all of a sudden, Northie looking very good for a 3-2 lead. Get this and you'll serve for the match. Got to go north, Richard. Got to go further north, to the east.
Yeah, I'm free.
Finds it. 15 darter from Richard North is good enough for a breaker throw. He will now have the chance to serve it out for another 4-2 win today after getting one against Norris earlier. This is a very good push from Richard North. Not only to stay undefeated today,
180.
he gets his first 180 at the start of leg 6. But to maintain his spot
60.
and bolster his spot at the top of the Group A table. As each game passes, he is looking bulletproof. He doesn't look like anybody's going to catch him. And I haven't said that in the previous 2 weeks I've covered with the Online Darts Live League about anybody on a Tuesday afternoon. But if he keeps playing like this, he will win this group.
41.
However you're tuning into our action today, whether it's through your favoured bookmaker site or on the Online Darts YouTube channel, we welcome your company. Thank you for tuning in. If you are having a bit of a flutter, please do so responsibly. And Richard is looking for a very
100.
cautious single 20 there. But this has been a very good display. He broke in 15. He can hold in 13 to 15 to get the job done. Doesn't get either. And maybe because there was no outshot for Nathan, that's why he just relaxed a little bit there.
83.
It's another good average from Northie in the mid-90s once more. And it's another good win. He breaks the undefeated streak for Nathan Girvan, keeps his intact, and everybody has got to try and catch him now. That 4-point gap has been re-established at the top of the Group A table, and Alan Norris, his closest contender, comes back to the Ocky now to take on Corrine Hammond in a must-win game, you feel. These two met yesterday in the middle game of the day, and they will do once more in game number 8. Things are getting very tough for Corrine at the bottom of the table. Currently sitting on 2 points for the week so far, and a leg difference of minus 17. She's not going to catch Richard North at the top, so she is resigned to the fact that she will play the rest of Group A today, tomorrow, and then, depending on her league position after tomorrow, either Thursday and Friday morning or Thursday and Friday night. But as for Norris, he has not played his best darts today. Only averaged 75 against Richard North in his first game of the day.
Throwing first. Game on.
He was somewhat fortunate to win 4-2 against Robert Thornton with an average of 81. But all is not lost, because if he gets a win against Corrine here, he will be back within 2 points of Richard North at the top of the table. And if he does that, he will open up his own 4-point gap over the next place person, Nathan Girvan. At this point of Group A every week, you start to see some patterns starting to occur.
60.
Definitively, Richard North is the strongest player in this group. He has not been stopped by the strongest player of the day so far in Nathan Girvan. So, can Alan Norris eject some of the negativity that he seemed to find in the last couple of matches and push forward? But
41.
just touched the small of his back there. I wonder if he's suffering from a little bit of discomfort today. You would hope not,
1-2-1.
because when he's not feeling discomfort, he has played some excellent darts over the last day and a half. The key to group stage play is not just playing good darts all of the time. If only it were that simple. Sometimes you're going to have to put in a B game and scrap something out. Well, Alan's done that today. The problem is, Northie is playing B game darts for him today, and he's still averaging well over 90.
65.
135 for Norris turns into 110 with 2 remaining. 60 ball.
65.
Interesting last start there. 60 would have left double 15. I've seen a 170, of course, from Alan Norris last week. Corrine is unable to get it here. Can Norris get 100 points minus that?
30.
Not quite. That would have been for a break of throw. Everybody loves this shot. But nobody likes a 20 when you've got 125. Because you can't get 105 in 2 darts in steel tip. You can in soft tip. And that's 19 darts thrown in that first leg for Alan Norris. It is good enough for a break of throw. And he's looking to double up on wins over Corrine this week so far. And if he does, he will be going in the right direction to try and catch Richard North. I'm trying to figure out the graphics on his shirt.
93.
I think there's a lot of A's and N's going along with the background pattern. That shirt could not belong to anybody else, could it? With the name Chuck on the front, Chuck on the back,
190.
and a maximum there for Corrine. She was getting plenty of those yesterday.
100.
Alan, not so vocal on social media these days. He has a very interesting handle on Twitter, which is MFNW. Because he used to be called the man from nowhere. Because he has been around a bit. Lives in Warwickshire these days. Used to live in Scotland. Used to live in Sweden. He is fluent in Swedish, I'm told. There is a language that is very difficult to master. He's very good in the language of the dart as well. So he's a multilingual dart player. And multilingual dart players are doing pretty well at the minute. Just look at Dimitri Vandenberg. Double 13 for Corrine. And she finds a lovely 12 darter to equalise at 1-1. That's her best leg of the week so far. So a nice little confidence booster there for the Aussie as we go into leg 3. Norris is not going to have it all his own way. Perfect way to break the throw. Corrine will probably say she can't remember the last time she played 5 days straight. Well, she's going to do that this week. Playing lots of different opponents.
75.
I think that's what she requires at the minute. If indeed she does play in this time slot on Thursday and Friday, she will have a chance to go up against one of her best friends in Fallon Sherrick. In that group we will also see Jared Cole and Wes Newton, of course. Looking forward to seeing Wes and see where his game's at. After taking the first leg, Corrine Hammond has taken the advantage in this game.
60.
You can tell that Chuck is maybe a little bit not off colour today, but off balance a little bit. He does keep reaching for his back.
60.
There are many injuries that can debilitate you as a dart player. We saw James Wade last night in the Premier League with a foot injury. You've seen many a foot injury from Michael van Gerwen in the past. How can we possibly forget when Robert Thornton nearly broke his ankle on stage? Got to be really careful with those raised ockies.
100.
Corrine will fancy this. Yesterday she got 2 treble 20s and double 11 for a checkout. It goes a different route on this one. I think she's been hanging out with Simon Whitlock a lot. Going a different route for the 140. Well, Bull first on a 110. That's a new one on me.
70.
Obviously, Bull 20 for tops was the option. But as to whether that was the tactical play to use, I'm not so sure. Tops for Corrine.
Oh, 18.
2 chances missed to hold her own throw after breaking.
Anyone?
And Norris does break again to rediscover the lead at 2-1. It's a bit of a slow game, this one, and you get the feeling that it's more important for Alan to try and keep pace with Northy at the top. But he's not going to have it all his own way. He should be 2-1 down. He knows this.
58.
Are we seeing from Norris one of the reasons why he did not get through Q school? Because the consistency of the man from nowhere, we could say, it doesn't seem to be there right now. Looks to me like a player who's trying to play through something.
45.
A lot of people who watch a lot of darts, a lot of big time darts, will think that this game is easy because the players make it look easy.
140.
It's anything but easy. That's a great recovery from Alan in his quest to get to 3-1 up. A bad first start, but darts 2 and 3 pinpoint. Next game after this one is Robert Thornton against Jamie Kelling, and you fancy with Robert losing his first couple of games today,
114.
And sitting on 6 points in the table, 8 points behind Northy now. He's going to have to get moving if he's going to stand any chance of winning Group A for a second time. That's for Norris, who failed to get through Group C last week. 33 first.
Oh,
There's actually a lot of
30.
merit in that route, because you can leave a shot out with 2 darts if you get the treble 11 or the treble 14. To explain that one, I'd need a bit more time. Got to focus on this 103. 96 left. I get the feeling that Alan is changing his routes just to try and freshen things up and look at some new targets. I don't mind that at all. There won't be a new target here. Well, it will now. But it won't be a look at the double. For a hold of throw,
Aiming one.
we have a double 8 for Alan Norris. 19 darts are delivered, and he's 3-1 up. He's looking to get that second victory over Corrine. It's a key game for him, and he's not playing his best stuff, but he's scrapping well. The face of Corrine just now was one of, it's just not happening today. The game started well,
100.
but her throw is all about timing. And when the timing is off for a dart player, this game can be really frustrating. It's the equivalent of hitting a tennis shot just a little bit too early or a little bit too late, and you constantly find the wrong side of the baseline.
58.
Oh, come on.
If you think there's no segue between tennis and darts, you'd be wrong, of course, because one of my favourite segues when it comes to those two sports is the fact that Vincent van der Voort used to be a very highly ranked tennis player in the Netherlands.
140.
I do believe he was the 5th ranked youth player in the Netherlands at one point. And the top ranked youth player at that time was Richard Krajicek, the former Wimbledon champion. So there you go. Word to the wise, never take on Vincent van der Voort at table tennis.
59.
He's very good. I wouldn't take him on a dart either. He's rather useful at that.
81.
Again, that lurchy dart. You can just tell that maybe the right side of the hip and the back just a bit tight today. He's going to have to do something about that. When this match is over, you can see that he's limbering up in the background there. Can Corrine Hammond
59.
take advantage of an obviously struggling Chuck? 74 left.
46.
Single 20 was a little bit low for her liking. Just a bit too close to that 60, but luckily for her it was on the right side of the wire.
Hello. 140.
That's what you don't want to do when you've got a stiff back. No sympathy from Corrine. She is the opponent. It is her job to make him feel worse. And she does with the third dart, because she gets back within one. And the way that Alan is struggling physically, this one is not over yet. And if Corrine sees any weakness, she might be there to exploit it. Two more chances to get this job done. But you can sense from the gasp when the dart is delivered that he is not 100% comfortable. I've been there myself. It's not nice. He will start to perspire if he has got any sort of pain.
27.
I remember playing in the Live League last year against Scott Mitchell. I put in a very good performance, actually. It was 106 average. I remember that because it was my best performance of the entire year. But by the end of that match, I couldn't believe the stats because I was in so much pain. I just played fast and tried to get the match done. But I felt like I was grunting on every dart.
85.
Somewhat Azarenka style. I wonder how that would be greeted in darts.
180.
If someone started throwing darts with a grunt. I'm not sure it would catch on. I can hear the clicks of Twitter keyboards right now as someone putting together a little video of darts being thrown with a grunt. Well, again, a very different route. He was going for treble 16, treble 18, double 18. And he's got 87 left.
Last.
Make that 84.
54.
Triple Nelson here for Corrine Hammond. Only a maximum will do. You'd fancy that maybe it's a bit too late now. Single 14 for Bull if he chooses, but it's double 11. And he didn't have to go for the 14s, he just sensed that he was going to use it anyway. Very sensible counting from Corrine to leave 170. Double 11 will see 2 more points.
Yes.
That is a bad dart delivered inside. And this would be some way to keep this match going. Somewhat ironic call of close there on dart number 2. Double 4. Double 2 is delivered, and Alan Norris now has a bit of time to just limber up and maybe stretch things out. Obviously uncomfortable, but maybe a little bit more comfortable after getting that 4-2 victory. Not the best game, but it is 2 more points. Can he kick on from here? But as for the next game, Thornton and Kelling, they have to get a move on, especially Thornton, otherwise he's going to be cut adrift. Welcome back to game number 9 of today's play. The 53-year-old Robert Thornton will now take on Jamie Kelling. Jamie, who had only the 2 points yesterday, has only got 2 points today. And both of his wins have come against Corrine Hammond. So he needs to try and go in the right direction. 4 points in the table and currently 10 points behind the total of Richard North. You fancy that maybe that is an unassailable lead that Richard has. And Jamie is probably eyeing the role as spoiler now.
100.
And the first thing to do is to spoil the chances of Robert Thornton, who is currently on 6 points and will have company in that department if he is defeated here. Really has been a frustrating day for Robert. Losing 4-0 to Nathan Girvan in his first match. I think it was a bit of a shell-shock moment for him. In the 4-2 loss to Norris in a somewhat staccato match.
82.
Just hasn't
85.
had any sort of consistency on that 60 at any point. I think we're starting to see that Richard North is playing at a much more consistent level than anybody else in this field. That's why he's at the top.
60.
I do get the feeling that maybe the rest of them are playing for position if Northie keeps that going.
60.
Well, Robert wants more of yesterday because he got a 4-0 win against Jamie. He's just trying to make something happen.
87.
Didn't have to go for the bull there, but I applaud what he was trying to do. Bullseye finishes do make you feel good. So
57.
maybe Robert's just trying to manufacture a bit more confidence here.
Oh, really?
And that's why you don't go 17 for 25. Too much danger. North, south, northwest. I wonder if he'll go the same place here.
60.
Now that he's given another chance. Nope, he changes. 88.
And 3.
Should have done that the first time, Robert. It is a hold of throw from the great Scott. But there's just a word to the wise for everybody watching this out here who really likes to play their darts. Going 17 is not the right player. Having said that, if you do go for single 9, if you hit the treble, you'll also bust the score. So there's jeopardy everywhere.
60.
There's just more jeopardy when it comes to the 17 as opposed to the 9. If in doubt, just hit the middle of the single. In the end, it didn't matter. He did get himself that double 8 in the end to create a 1-0 advantage.
45.
I'm not seeing a great deal of positivity from the Jamie Kelling aura, unfortunately. I think maybe the seeds were sown yesterday
60.
after a disappointing day. He's just not finding it this week. Until now,
140.
much better. I think Robert's in one of those fettles
80.
that he's a bit cheesed off with the way he's playing, but he's not entirely sure what's happening. He doesn't really know how to fix it.
60.
And after finishing yesterday's play
59.
with very little to cheer about, things have just continued in that vein. And he does look puzzled in the background there.
96.
And Robert is not one of those players who can just plod along and constantly just enjoy throwing the darts. He wants to win.
96.
Nothing else will do. Kelling for 100 in 2.
Yeah, 3.
Well, takes it in 3, and that's a really fine checkout from Jamie Kelling to equalise at 1-all. 18 darts delivered, and based on the way he's played today and yesterday, that's about right for him. Around the 83, 84 average for that leg is where he's at.
$135.
The one person that would be able to kickstart Robert's challenge is his wife Christine, of course, the incredible motivator that maybe not a lot of darts fans know about. They know that he's married to Christine, but they may not know what she's capable of with Robert.
25.
She can give him a bit of a talking to and tell him to book his ideas up. And Robert heeds that a lot. She's the one that tells him to go and practice at home. Tells him what to go and hit. She is the ultimate motivator.
$89.
She's the kind of lady that demands respect. And we love her for that.
100.
She's not been very well the last few years, and it's been a long time since I've seen her. Such a lovely lady. This one seems to be going with the throw lot. And if it remains that way, Robert should win.
100.
Time will tell. He's got 6 darts from here.
3.
But only needing the 3 is a good sign, as this game is starting to trend in a much more, well, better fashion, that's for sure, because that was a 5 visit leg after a 6 visit leg for Jamie Kelling in the previous one. Intriguing stuff as we go into leg 4. If we continue that pattern, someone's going to get a 12 darter here. The trick to consistency in this game is when you have a good leg, you have to remember what you did correctly. Whether it's a little something with the grip,
100.
maintaining a good rhythm. Only the dart player knows exactly how they feel when they're throwing well and how to replicate it.
180.
Well, he's definitely replicating it. He's found something. And possibly at the perfect time. Jamie is unable to answer. Over to the 18s.
58.
And he went there because he'd much rather have 1, 2, 6 than an odd number.
69.
This way he gets 2 at the same target for a shot at the bull. Well, that negates that. Single 5.
86.
Job done. Sets up tops. And again, he's on for a 5 visit leg. This is much better from Robert. Is he going to switch things around from yesterday?
20.
Too many times that has happened. Yesterday, on doubles, Robert Thornton really suffered, only getting a 34% checkout rate. Is he going to be punished on that double? Oh, very close to being so. And he's a lucky boy to get this break opportunity.
Oh,
An opportunity that has gone.
Double 5.
Double 10 for Jamie.
Yeah,
He's found double 5 though. That's somewhat ironic as this one is levelled up after 4. Robert was in control. He was ready to go 3-1 up, but unfortunately he didn't rubber stamp it. And Jamie Kelling is back in it. Well, that face from Robert tells the story. Not a happy chappy.
58. 180.
Is this the time for Jamie Kelling to find what he's capable of? Because we've only seen fits and starts from him over the last day and a half.
60.
The man called the Yellow Submarine. Never thought I'd say that sentence in my life. I've always wondered about Robert Thornton because I know him very well. Obviously, he was always going to be called the Thorn for obvious reasons. But his favourite musical act are the Eurythmics. And they have a song called Thorn in My Side. I've always wondered why he didn't have that as his walk-on.
59.
Well, the only thorn in his side right now is this lad from Andover.
96.
Because he's doing a decent job of making Robert pay for missing those darts to win the fourth leg and to be 3-1 up. Nothing is going
17.
Robert's way today.
Darts.
Double 8.
Yeah, and 2.
And Jamie Kelling has found his best leg of the day, a 14 darter from the point where he's going to be 3-1 down. He has survived, then kicked forward from there, and he is now one leg away from winning this one 4-2. I have to say, today has been
140.
immensely unpredictable. Maybe not from the case of Richard North, who has been excellent once again.
100.
But maybe because we haven't seen anything from Robert and a somewhat subpar performance as well from Alan, but maybe that's to do with some injury issues. Here's Robert got something left,
55.
but he's going to need mistakes from Kelling, who has started with 2 140s here.
100.
He's backed it up with a lovely score. Just when he needed something of a steady nature, he has found
100.
380 points in 9 darts. That's good in any language. Well, that leaves 56.
81.
His mind was made up after the second dart, but I'm not sure he made his mind up what to go for. He was caught in 2 minds.
140.
3 darts to beat Robert Thornton 4-2. You can't ask for more than that.
Yeah,
And for the second time in this match, he takes a double 5 and puts the Thorn to the sword. And the gap between the Thorn now and Richard North at the top is starting to widen with games, well, not that many games left to play in this group for him. Only 7, in fact. The next one, Nathan Girvan and Corrine Hammond, it's more about Nathan. Can he keep pace with Norris and North? game 10 of today's action. Somewhat relaxed demeanour there from Corrine, who knows her fate. She knows she's not going to seal the top spot
100.
in this table. She cannot catch Richard North anymore on 14 points. Well, I suppose she can, but Richard North is going to win matches. The main narrative in this one is, can Nathan Girvan get within 4 points of Richard North and get within 2 of Alan Norris on 12 to stay firmly in the race for the top spot? If he is to do so, he will have to beat Corrine Hammond, who he wasn't able to yesterday. Corrine got that win 4 legs to 3, and that is currently her only win of the group so far. Studying the statistics of that game, Corrine played very well. Average 87, 36% on doubles, but she closed the game out brilliantly.
58.
And maybe she can think back to that game yesterday and do something similar. Something was crossing my mind earlier when Corrine was playing. I was admiring her lovely nails. And then it got me thinking. I would hate to be
100.
a lady player, or indeed a male player, who wanted fancy nails and have to deliver a dart coming out of my fingertips. The nails would just get in the way. So I've got a newfound respect for lady dart players who have crazy fashionable nails. I've always said that the best dart players have the shortest nails. Because it's all about feel on the fingertips. You don't want the nails to get in the way. I guarantee that's something that's never been talked about before. 142 for Nathan Girvan. That's the biggest shutout that Corrine got yesterday. Takes care of the 100 and leaves the 42. Single 16 leaves 1 shot at tops, and that's a very good start for Corrine. It's a 7-visit leg, but it's not about the standard, it's about getting legs and possibly getting close to that win. She's been close to other wins, but she has taken a 1-0 lead here, and Nathan Girvan is not having it all his own way so far. The one thing that will be different
100.
for Nathan Girvan going forward is that I envisage within 5, maybe even 10 years, more women players playing with the elite at the top level on tour. I think it will happen. And when Nathan Girvan finds his way to the Pro Tour, or indeed playing on the development tour, which you can do for the next 3 or 4 years, he'll be playing alongside the girls, which I love to see. I have always said, alongside the organisers within this sport, there's never been any gender bias. Anybody who is able to play has been welcome.
41.
I remember when I first joined the tour myself, Anastasia was playing on the tour at the time. I remember being in Scotland playing my first British-based Pro Tour event, and she was beating Andy Smith that day. It was a big story, but to me it was just somebody was better than somebody else.
60.
Corrine has been to Q School a couple of times.
46.
Hasn't picked up a great deal of success at Q School, but the experience is something you just need to grab when it's there. She only picked up 2 wins at the recent Q School, and from what I can see, they were against the same player, in Nick Jennings.
58.
Poor old Nick. Got done by Corrine twice at Q School. She did have losses too. Some other players as well, but it wasn't meant to be for her this year. You wonder where her success will lie in 2021, if and when
60.
a ladies' circuit is re-established. Never know, she might win the group this week via Group B or C and make it the finals and win there. You just don't know. Again on the 140, she goes for the 18s. I can see the thought process. 18, 25, 57 leaves tops. 18 leaves tops.
55.
And Nathan has dropped off a level in this game. That is absolutely a fact. Corrine has the bull.
59.
Isn't far away from it to take a 2-0 lead. Nathan's got to get his act together here. A little bit better. It's not a great game so far, but Nathan Girvan has got to grow into this game. He's been given that chance to equalise at 1-1, and now that he has his first leg, he's got to settle into it and get better. The standard from yesterday, I have to say, was brilliant.
60.
Some great averages, some excellent doubling. Today's standard has gone down a bit. I'm not going to lie to you.
180.
Until that visit there. Hasn't been scoring a lot of 180s over the last day and a bit, Nathan. I can't emphasise enough how important this game is to him. He's currently on 8 points in the Group A table.
140.
He's got a leg difference of +5. But he's behind on points and leg difference to both Norris and North. So when playing someone who is averaging 68, you've got to take advantage of it.
81.
He'll take the 81 after the first dart was delivered into the small portion of the one. It's an improved leg, and that's the main thing here.
100.
60 for tops. And he gets a 12 darter. That is a really big improvement. And I did say at the end of the second leg that he could use that first leg as a bit of a foundation. Well, he's used it perfectly. Best leg of the day there from Nathan Girvan to take a 2-1 lead. Every time I say his second name, I always think of Gerwin Price and Michael van Gerwen.
91.
They all sound the same. Imagine that as a triples group. Yes, that's something that used to happen at darts festivals. Used to play triples. Good times.
100.
So it could be Van Gerwen, Gerwin Price, and Nathan Girvan. What a triples that would be. I remember a triples event at the 2001 British Open. It was the first time I ever met Wayne Mardle. He was wearing an absolutely horrific pair of trainers. They were yellow and black Puma Sprints. I mean horrific in the nicest sense, of course, because I wanted those trainers and I couldn't afford them. I wonder if he's still got those. Maybe they're at the bottom of his wardrobe with all of those lovely shirts of his.
140.
I'm sure Wayne doesn't even remember those trainers. It's 20 years ago.
120.
And Nathan's taking charge of this match. He needs to take charge of his darts. He keeps dropping them.
Oh, A1.
1-3-2 is a bit of a showpiece finish. Great life. He gets to 57. Oh, look at this. Absolutely textbook 1-3-2 there from Nathan Girvan. Just when you hit the top portion of that 25 with a little bit of clearance, get the 57. All he's got to do is hit that dart and boom. 3-1 it is to the Scot.
No,
It's just one of those numbers on the dartboard that we love to have a crack at. We've all had a 1-3-2 at some point in our career where we just go, yeah, that was good. And it was a good finish.
96.
The best we've seen today. Gives him a 3-1 lead. And the difference in his play since he won leg 2 has been night and day. Simple as that. But a few darts have crept into his play in the space of the last 4 legs that he would much rather forget. Again, it's a decent display on the doubles. 3 from 7.
140.
Much better. Well, Corrine on 3-1-5 should really go 25 or bull first here. Because now he can't leave a finish. 25 or bull would have left the possibility of leaving a finish. It's all about giving yourself the maximum amount of tries to get to a finish. That's something I talk to young players about a lot.
59.
It's what I refer to as next level counting. I was once taught the tactic of never wasting a dart in soft tip darts by Adrian Gray, someone who has also played in the online Darts Live League. And I try to employ that concept to steel tip darts, and I think it's important considering some of the competition that you're up against these days. 1-3-4 is the perfect visit here.
100.
Get something very useful instead. But this could be game over.
92.
First match dart gone. Question is now, does he get any more in this leg? It's all up to this lady.
Oh, wow.
But she doesn't get a shot. Misses the single and offers the Scot 3 darts. And he only needs the 1. And the way he's been doubling the last couple of days, I'm not surprised that he gets it the first time. Nathan Girvan does keep pace with North and with Norris. He is a little bit behind, but other results may help him. And he does need a win from Robert Thornton in the next match just to peg Richard North back. Will that happen? You'll have to stay with us to find out. We're into the final third of action today. 10 matches down and 5 to go. And these two are at very different ends of the spectrum when it comes to today's play. Richard North, 3 matches in, 2 remaining, has not tasted defeat yet. He has bolstered his excellent form from yesterday with some excellent play today. But Robert, after having a solid day of 6 points yesterday, has not added to his tally.
And it's Rich throwing first.
It's only Robert and Corrine Hammond who have not won a point today yet. In fact, the only player to have beaten Richard North this week is the man he's playing here. Is that going to be an omen?
99.
Is that the motivation that Robert needs? Keep an undefeated streak against Northie. Will that be a telling factor in this? He's going to need to find a different level because Richard has played brilliant today. It's fair to say that Robert has not played his best.
81.
After getting 3 consecutive
100.
4-0 scorelines in matches 3, 4 and 5, the last 5 matches have all not been bagels.
85.
We had 4 4-0s yesterday and 5 4-3s. So far today, we have not had one match that has gone 4-3. Quite incredible.
Robert. 45.
Richard is going to feel even more confident seeing Robert struggle, as well as the fact that he is playing solid.
60.
He was going for tops there, but it's a somewhat cagey effort. I don't mind laying up for tops there. You're backing yourself to try and get the tops next time when he's going to have to after that 171 from Robert.
Yeah,
The
first.
tops he gets, he's just looking too strong. Around that 16 dart mark all the time, which is around a 94 average. And he's been there all day today and all day yesterday with a few smatterings of better in between. I have to applaud the way that Richard has played. He is by far and above the best player in this group. If he wins this game and beats Jamie Kelling in match 15, he will go into Wednesday on 18 points. Still with the possibility of getting to 28 points in this group, which is quite incredible when you think about it.
121.
Best points tally I've seen
96.
in Group A the last couple of weeks that I've done. One was from Robert, he got 24 points in week 2. And 24 points from Martin Adams 2 weeks ago.
134.
I have to say, the way that Richard is playing, 24 points is under threat.
60.
Not in this leg though. Because Robert has found something.
97.
Robert, who has always used the short stem, the 26 gram barrel, the standard flight, hasn't changed much
100.
over the course of his career. He used to throw a red flight for a little while until he got his own monogrammed ones. Tops.
24.
He's afforded that miss.
60.
I used to say it, never leave Robert on tops. Well, maybe he's starting to get his act together because he's just got a 16 darter of his own. And that is a 1-all scoreline in this one. We're down to best of 5. Is someone going to defeat Richard North in this match? We are getting closer to that. But Robert's going to have to break the throw, isn't he? In this strip-clashed game.
180.
Both wearing the same shirt. Both getting 16 darters for their first leg win of the contest, but not getting 180 to start each in this third leg. I'd be fascinated to see Robert Thornton throw these stems. I really would.
100.
Because Robert's throw is very compact. He holds it very close to his face. I'm not sure there's enough clearance there for him to use that long stem.
60.
Back to the 20s now.
97.
Great switch back. Even if you can't see Robert Thornton, if you close your eyes and listen to him, you know what's going on. Take it from someone who's played him a few times.
84.
There's the layup from Northie. It's a very good paced game, this.
55.
And we might not be getting a 16 darter in this one. And we aren't, because we're getting something better. Northie is making a bit of a move. 2 16 darters, now a 14, and the standard in this one, we're starting to see something from these two somewhat veterans of the PDC circuit. It's a very good game so far.
$123.
Is someone going to make a move on the opponent's throw? Average of 91 for Northie.
100.
67% on double so far, 2 from 3. Very, very useful. This is better from Robert.
140.
50% on his doubles, and he's currently averaging over 92.
100.
There's something about these two playing each other that seems to fit. Their pace seems to suit both of them.
96.
$43.
The advantage of throw seems to be a big telling factor in this one. If we do go to the wire, Northie will have the throw. And nobody has threatened against the throw yet. Maybe until now.
100.
Really aggressive. A lot of people might have gone 18s with the last start. And that's a bad first start. Can't finish now. And Northie's already had a 158
96.
in the Online Darts Live League this year. Another one would really sting.
134.
Well, that is a really good approach. Robert can't afford any mistakes here.
Again.
The word again is uttered because he's had trouble up here.
Really, 15.
He is not having a good time on double 5 today, and this is a great break opportunity for Northie. A really good last start, and that's going to sting Thornton. For a moment, he thought he might be coming back, but Northie was having none of it. 3-1 up now, and the first break of this contest signals the opportunity for Northie to win this one 4-1. Just looking through their head-to-head record when they've played on tour, I don't have a record of a Richard North win.
1, 2, 3.
2 wins for Thornton, one at the Summer Series last year, and one at a World Series of Darts qualifier back in 2018. So this could be potentially the first win against Robert in his career.
140.
I may be wrong, they may have played in something local. Not all games are recorded, of course.
140.
But it would be a good bit of revenge after yesterday.
86.
If he gets to 16 points, he's pretty much assured of being top of the table going into tomorrow.
Idiot.
12 for top, surely. Doesn't usually like double 16. And why would you when you keep hitting double top like that? It's a 4-1 victory for Richard North, and he is still undefeated today. He's doing today what Alan Norris did yesterday, but can he beat Jamie Kelling in match 15? That will be for the daily title. That comes up a little bit later, but first we go to match number 12, and it's Alan Norris against Jamie Kelling coming up in a few short moments. Four matches to go in today's action, and it's all getting a bit light-hearted between these two, but you have to say it, with that 4-point gap in Group A re-established for Richard North after that 4-1 victory against Robert Thornton, Alan cannot relax. He has this match and a match which is very key for today and for the Group A table against Nathan Girvan in match 14. So, two more matches for the two of them before they can relax.
45.
Differing fortunes for the two over the course of the last couple of days, but as far as today is concerned, pretty similar.
100.
4 points for Kelling, 4 points for Norris. +1 leg difference for Kelling, +2 for Norris. So they can barely be separated, but Norris visibly struggling. And if you see your opponent struggling like that, there's no time for sympathy. I heard a phrase coined last night during the Premier League of beware the injured dart player. That is very, very true. Do you remember when Simon Whitlock broke his ankle And he was about to play Dennis Smith at the World Championship, and everybody thought Dennis Smith's going to win this easily. Simon barely got up the stairs at Alexandra Palace. And then he ended up averaging 105 and winning 3-0. I myself won a Players' Championship title in Crawley with a broken rib. I didn't even know it was broken at the time. I just thought I had a bit of a pain. Goes back to the old phrase, doesn't it? Beware the wounded man. Well, Jamie Kelling is looking less than wounded here.
93.
And he is starting to play a little bit better now than he did earlier today and yesterday. Alan Norris is going for his second 170. And he nearly gets it.
145.
Got a 170 against Nathan Girvan last week. But he has not got that leg, as Jamie Kelling has broken him in the opening leg of this one. Key for Jamie just to establish some pride, you feel, after a poor day yesterday. He has got the jump this time against Alan Norris. Nice to see Jamie smiling, because it hasn't been an easy couple of days for him. Struggled with the weight of the dart.
100.
So it seems to have relaxed a tad, and he knows that with only 6 points in the Group A table and being
100.
10 points behind Northie with very few games remaining, he's not going to catch Northie now. He may not even catch Alan Norris.
60.
But knowing that fact, it'll make the body relax a bit more. He can take some points off lots of other people.
60.
Never know where he could end up in the table. But of course in Group A it's difficult because only one person goes through to the finals.
43.
He could well find his way there through Group B or Group C. I am very much looking forward to seeing Jason Askew later in the week.
60.
He currently holds the Online Darts Live League average record of 118, which he hit in the finals of week 1.
60.
A frightening player when he gets going.
Come on. 60.
Kelling is looking to make Alan Norris feel more pain.
180.
Oh, that will be painful for Alan, who was 2-0 up yesterday against Jamie. It was brought back to 2-2, but then Norris hit the jet stream again
96.
to win 4-2 in the end with a very tidy 89 average. But it's tops,
Yeah, NT.
and Kelling is starting to play properly. 17 darter there to establish a 2-0 lead, which he faced against him yesterday with Norris getting the better start, but Kelling, much the better player in this.
$140.
A win here for Jamie would be music to the ears of Northie, who has only one game remaining against Jamie.
84.
This is better from Norris.
140.
A couple of 140s will always make you feel a little bit better about your game.
180.
Back in the leg is Kelling with a maximum. His second.
140.
Kelling fails to get himself under 100, but just in case Alan slips here, he's in position. Bullseye. Oh, no slipping here. That's a beautiful 12 darter from Chuck. And he looked like he was in pain earlier in the match, but not in that leg. That 12 darter was textbook. Great stuff to reduce the gap to 1. Got to be one of the most frustrating sports in the world, alongside golf.
180.
And Kelling is having a real game out here on the 180s. I make that his third.
180.
And they're getting in on the act, the both of them. Terrific darts. 5 treble 20s from 6 thrown from Kelling. And just when Chuck fancies getting himself back into the match, Kelling finds one of his best scoring legs of the day. If not the best scoring leg he's had.
105.
After averaging in the 70s most of today, currently Jamie's averaging
180.
105 and Alan is catching him up. Tops for a 12.
56.
And that could be a costly miss. Double top for an 11.
Game in, no, 1 scored.
A little bit of mind games there from Alan Norris. I saw that.
Yeah, I'm on.
It didn't work though. Jamie Kelling's too savvy for that. He gets to 3-1 up with a 13 darter. Really good stuff going on here because they're both jousting, but ultimately the first night is Kelling so far.
Oh, you got me there, you bugger. 43.
It is frustrating when you've hit your opponent with the kitchen sink. You've had the chance to level at 2-2.
140.
And you're responsible for the 2 misses. Your opponent is doing their job. Ultimately, he gave you the chance, Alan, but you weren't able to take your chances. That's the name of the game right there. You miss, they hit. I once heard from someone that steel tip darts is about what you hit, not about what you miss. And soft tip darts is about what you miss, not about what you hit. And I thought that was a little bit funny to hear that to start with. But the more I think about it, the more it makes sense.
26.
Well, that is a ragged visit there from Jamie. A little puncture in the hull of the yellow submarine there. He's going to have to get the periscope out to find his way to a 4th leg.
100.
He's done well. Norris looking for the 1-2-4 to get back within 1. And he misses the ball on this occasion. It was kind to him earlier. But the 1-3-5 is for the win. What a guide if he gets to 60. Well, 60 was about the length of a periscope away, unfortunately. Double 12. And he's missed double 6 as well.
19.
Kelling to put Norris to the sword in match number 12 needs double 16 for his 3rd win of the day, and that's exactly what he gets, a 17 darter to break the throw and win 4 legs to 1. That is Jamie's best performance of the week so far, and that's going to make him feel so much better ahead of a really good tussle with Northey in match 15. We'll have to wait for that one, but before we do, we'll have Robert Thornton against Corrine Hammond. They're looking for their first points of the day. Welcome back to game number 13 of today's play in Group A with the Online Darts Live League. And quite unbelievably, these two are playing their last match of the day, and one of them is going to get their first 2 points. It has not been the best day for Corrine or for Robert, but it has been quite an incredible turnaround for Jamie Kelling, who was almost rooted to the bottom of the table yesterday. Didn't get the greatest start earlier on after losing 4-0 to Nathan Girvan, but I have to say, that performance he's just put in against Alan Norris, 4 legs to 1, average of 98, 67% on doubles, he could cause Richard North problems in a couple of games' time.
59.
But you wouldn't blame these two for feeling deflated. 4 games into the day without points.
60.
Someone is going to get something. That is the glasses half full right here.
100.
Thornton put up a decent fight against Richard North a couple of games ago, but Richard was just too good at the right times, and that's what happens when you're confident. You're able to find the right dart at the right time. And the way that it's been for Robert today, it's been one of those days that you want to forget. Nothing has gone right.
140.
Now his plight in the table is such that he knows he's not going to get the top spot now.
50.
He's 10 points adrift of Richard North, and even if he wins this game here and gets to 8,
81.
and if Richard North wins the last game of the day, he's still going to be 10 points adrift with 10 points up for grabs tomorrow. So it's not going to happen for him, and he will have to play on Thursday and Friday for the first time
55.
in the Online Darts Live League, because when he played 4 weeks ago, he did so by winning Group A, and he's just won the first leg with a 1-2-1 checkout, so he's made that look simple. Anything but simple today, but no grunting, no come on Robert, no nothing in that one, just getting the job done, and maybe that's the key to success in this. It was nearly defeat for Corrine against Jamie Kelling, 4 legs to 1 there.
140.
And she lost out to Northie 4-0 for the second day in a row. No real shame in that, the way that Richard has been playing. She then lost an attritional battle to Alan Norris, 4 legs to 2,
60.
before losing to Nathan Girvan as well. But it's fair to say that Corrine has not played as well today as she did yesterday. There were some bright sparks yesterday. She had 8 180s yesterday. She had the highest finish of everybody, a 142. But today the highlights have been a bit more
58.
fleeting, I think is probably the right word. Get the feeling that Robert is playing right now just to get his job done for the day. As far as the daily title is concerned, that is still up for grabs. Nathan Girvan is only 2 points behind Richard North and
125.
only 2 legs behind him in leg difference, so his game with Alan Norris next is big. Then of course Jamie Kelling and North go head to head in match 15. Quite simple, no matter what anybody else does. If Richard North wins that last match, he wins the day and has got a massive gap at the top of the table going into tomorrow.
68.
Robert's getting a bit creative there, leaving tops from 108. It's happened a bit too much for Corrine today.
25.
That big collision with the moulded flight. I think it's happened 4 or 5 times now. More of a relaxed approach for Robert, and he gets a 17 darter to double his lead. He's looking very much at ease with what he's doing in this match, looking to get his second win of 2 days against Corrine. Yesterday was a lot harder than this because he was 3-1 down to Corrine Hammond.
40.
He had to survive 6 match darts from the Aussie before he eventually got over the line, but he finished that game with brilliant darts.
125.
This time it's a deflection for Robert. He does use those metallic flight caps, and when your point or the bottom of your barrel hits that, sometimes you do get the odd deflection.
100.
Good stuff from you, Corrine. 125 ton. Yet again, the first start of Robert Thornton is low. We've seen
42.
from Jamie Kelling in the last match, when he gets his first start right, the rest of his game blossoms. Robert has been coined as the all-time great Robert Thornton. Well, you look at his career and what he's accomplished. I have to agree. As far as PDC titles are concerned, there have been 13 of them. 2 of them majors. Now, when it comes to recognising what majors are within the PDC system, that's a bit of a discussion, but look at what Robert's won, the World Grand Prix and the UK Open. For me, they are majors. And he's also been to the final of other majors. Like the Grand Slam,
140.
the Players' Championship finals, the very first one back in 2009 at the Circus Tavern. But he might not win leg 3.
30.
But then again, he might. But then again, he might not.
$56.
Bit of a scrappy one, that visit. A little bit lacking in focus, maybe. Just taking his foot off the pedal as Corrine finds her first leg of this contest. And if anything from yesterday is to go by, then this one is definitely not over. Robert needs 2 more legs. Corrine needs 3. Where will we see ourselves after leg 4? Well, Robert at the back of the room, I think, is a little bit narked with himself for the way things have gone today. And I wouldn't want to be his opponent tomorrow, because if we know something about Robert, he will put on a charge tomorrow no matter what his points tally. I've been all over the world with Robert. I've been to Australia with him, been to Canada with him. We've had some good times. We shared some good laughs. Used to room together, him and I, in places all over Germany, Austria, North America. He is incredibly good company. Never a dull moment. Apart from the times I couldn't sleep because he snores so loudly.
140.
I'll never forget the night that he sang in his sleep. That was memorable. The night he was singing in his sleep, I ended up watching the film Underworld in German because I couldn't sleep. Thanks, Robert. Single 12. Leaves tops.
51. 41.
Better leg from him. tired game here from Corrine. She'll be hoping to be stronger tomorrow and hopefully stronger in the next leg. Or possibly
35.
still alive in this one, because getting 5 points with 3 darts is no mean feat. And Robert has no clue as to what's going on. He's telling himself off, but in silent manner, because he doesn't want to put Corrine off.
40.
Well, small one for a double 2. That'll get the job done. It is a 17 darter eventually. I'm not sure he was going for the small one, but sometimes we do remember that these small sections of the board can be used. Well, just to focus the mind, he got the small one and the double 2 for a 3-1 lead. Another short Robert Thornton story for you when he won the Portland Open back in 2009, which is an event, an independent event in Inverness in Scotland. Very well sought after tournament that. Won by some amazing players over the years, the likes of John Henderson, Andy Bolton, Mark Webster.
95.
Well, Robert won it 12 years ago against Ted Hankey in the final. And that final was
25.
memorable. Not just because Robert played so well, but the fact that it was in Scotland, Ted was getting it in the neck from everyone. I remember watching it from the sidelines. It was
60.
some viewing. And Robert was giving it everything in that final, giving it the full licks.
100.
That was a particularly memorable weekend. At a tournament that I hold really dear to myself as well. Not a tournament I've ever won before though. I always wanted to.
60.
I was always scuppered by the likes of Thornton and Webster. Looks like Corrine is going to be scuppered in this one because Thornton has found some decent darts in the last couple of legs. Second consecutive leg for him leaving a double after 12. And that may be the last dart that Corrine throws today. As Thornton goes for double 8. From the angle.
Oh, sure.
Can't find it. .91 average for Robert, which is one of the best performances he's had. You can see the disdain that Corrine's got for that deflection, which has happened way too much in this match and indeed today's play. She'll have to correct that for tomorrow, because her day is finally done. She comes up pointless, but Robert Thornton does get himself 2 points, and he finally gets to 8 points. He's going to be out of reach of the likes of North and Norris at the top, but Nathan Girvan's got a big match coming up. If he's going to put pressure on Richard North, he's going to have to beat Alan Norris, and that is next. Could be a very big game, this number 14 of 15 today. Yesterday when they played, it was a very tight affair. It was a good game. And it was very much dependent on the advantage of throw, which Alan Norris had yesterday, but Nathan has today. In table, Alan Norris currently has 12 points.
And it's Nathan throwing first. Game on.
Nathan Girvan currently has 10. They're both trying to chase down the man at the top, Richard North. They both need Jamie Kelling to win against North in the next match. That is absolutely true. But first and foremost, their own destiny is in their hands right now to try and get closer. If Girvan wins this game, they will both be within 4 points.
84.
But just imagine if Nathan wins this game and then North wins to have a perfect day.
99.
There will be a 6-point gap going into tomorrow. And that is a big, big gap after 2 days. Just goes to show how much better Richard North has been than everybody else. At times today, Alan Norris has really struggled.
60.
Struggled against North in match number 2. He struggled to a win against Thornton in match number 6. Struggled to another win against Corrine Hammond in match number 8 by 4 legs to 2. But he struggled to get only 1 leg against Jamie Kelling in match 12.
32.
Admittedly, Jamie Kelling had the best performance of the day. Quite astonishing, really, that Jamie had that best performance of the day in match number 12, considering all the things that Richard North has done. But statistically, that was the best performance.
180.
Great pressure applied to the ton left of Girvan. I'm not sure tops was the play there,
60.
because I'm sure that flight was in the way. Double top, just the one. Double 10 is missed to offer Nathan 1 crack at this. With 3 darts in hand. That should be kind. Doesn't matter. Because double 10 for him has been absolutely on the end of a string the last couple of days. I'm just going to have to do some research before we do tomorrow to see how many double 10s he's hit from how many darts he's thrown. He's been brilliant there.
$100.
It's been a real improvement for Nathan Girvan today. 6 points from a possible 8.
82.
Started with a brilliant win against Robert Thornton, 4 legs to 0. And then backed that up with another 4-0 against Jamie Kelling. Throwing exactly the same amount of darts for those 2 matches. Bit of a stumble against Richard North in his 3rd match, but
41.
you can excuse that with the way that Richard's been playing. And back to normal against Corrine Hammond with a 4-1 victory there.
81.
But he may need his best performance if he's going to get himself 8 points for the day here. Of course, the daily title is still up for grabs,
40.
but they both need Richard North to lose. It's not in their hands.
140.
The person more likely to win the daily title of these 2
14 left.
is Nathan, because he has a much better leg difference. He's less likely to win this leg, but only just after missing that treble 14. Double 7. He must have left that on purpose. I'm questioning as to why you would do that. Nobody likes double 7. We know that Nathan likes double 10.
Yeah, give him 3.
And he's hit it again. Same spot. Same puncture wound in that double 10. Starting to see a pattern here with Nathan Girvan. He's starting to be very Van Gerwen-like on double 10. Absolutely brilliant to go 2-0 up. It's one of those Scottish surnames that just sounds better in Scottish. I can say it all day long in my own accent, which is confused at the best at times. But if a really broad Scotsman or Scotch lady
95.
would say Nathan Girvan, it sounds brilliant. He would have a really good relationship with Iron Brew, wouldn't he?
100.
That, of course, is made of girders. Could be made of Girvans.
And
I
40.
get the feeling that the Rudolf Nureyev, that is Alan Norris in this match, may have to get some bath salts for the rest of the day because he does look a bit uncomfortable. Or maybe get the old massage gun on it.
Good last. 117.
You have the benefit of hearing some of the utterings of a dart player in this setting.
92.
Some dart players are silent. Some dart players are not. Alan is the latter. You know
57.
exactly what's going on when you're playing him. But Nathan Girvan is 112 away from a 3-0 lead. I like that play.
52.
Treble 18 for double 19 when the 60 bet is blocked. I think that's very intelligent. Bullseye for Alan Norris.
25 left.
He might be in trouble now because Girvan could leave double 10 again. Well, this time he misses it. And I'm surprised that he did. Which route will it be this time? Well, it was supposed to be 5 for double 10. Well, that's interesting. 3 for double 5. I don't think I've seen that before, but maybe he was trying to find a marker with the flight of the single 12, which he wasn't supposed to hit. Well, it worked. That one's got Nathan Girvan thinking, hasn't it?
Alan.
Who goes 3 double 5?
60.
Coming from the person who once hit 58
140.
with a single 4, a double 9, and a double 18. Yeah, that wasn't on purpose. Crazy things happen in tournaments. This is something that Nathan will learn throughout the course of his darts career. Not every game is the same.
40.
Alan Norris, who's got 3 PDC titles, of course. We mentioned the German Darts Championship from 2016. He won in 3 consecutive seasons. In 2015, 16 and 17.
60.
He won the very first Players' Championship of 2017. His first PDC title was in Dublin, though, at the 18th Players' Championship of 2050. And they're renowned as the hardest ones to win because everybody's there.
100.
Nobody's missing. Well, everybody was there that day. Taylor, Van Gerwen, Van Barneveld. So he might think that that's one of his best accomplishments as a dart player. It's some accomplishment to get from 2-0 to 2-2. Ooh, and that one had a bit of grunt behind it. That was the full-on Rafael Nadal forehand. Double 13. Oh, and delivered with no grunt. An 81 checkout, perfectly done for a 3-1 advantage. And he is looking good to swell his own points tally for the week. And doing very well to get his leg difference up as well. Nathan can take this leg and win 4 legs to 1, he will finish the day with 8 points and a leg difference of plus
25.
12. Which means, if Richard North lost the last match to Jamie Kelling, Nathan Girvan
50.
would then win today. Because I'm sure there are some people out there who have had a little flutter on who will win the table for today's play only. If you have done so, I hope you've gambled responsibly. 18 plus only, of course. begambleaware.org for more information.
45.
So if you have done that, you might be on the edge of your seat.
100.
It's advantage Norris in leg 5 though. Nathan Girvan's action has got a little bit of a Richie Edhouse about it. Maybe not as accentuated.
Oh, great that.
But a prod forward, then the dart comes back towards the face there. Forward, back, and then through. It's a very classic style action.
83.
Very easy on the eye. Norris to get back within 1. That's what he does. 15 darter and gets it back on throw. Well, we could be going the distance. We haven't had many games go the distance this week, but this could be one of them. It could actually be the first game that goes the distance today.
Alan. 60.
Had quite a few games go 4-2. There have been 5 of those, but not one match has gone 4-3. We had 5 games go the distance yesterday, so stark contrast to that.
30.
Come on. Oh.
Nathan Girvan needs to
0.5.
win this leg if he wants to win the daily table. I'm sure it's at the back of his mind. But if he wins this leg, he will finish on 8 points and plus 11.
40.
And that still means that any loss for North against Kelling will ensure a win for Girvan.
100.
That'll be really good for his confidence to see that graphic on social media later on today with his name at the top of the table.
96.
It wouldn't put him out of the race for the top spot in Group A as well.
96.
He's very much in the mix. He'd need a perfect day tomorrow potentially. Got to be in it to win it, as they say. Where does he go here? Does he go for the 60 with a good lie, or does he go for the 25? Well,
40.
door number 1, please. And door number 1 was filled with fruit.
Ton.
Great last start from Norris. How did he find that 60 from that angle? 20 for bull to finish the job. Oh, it wasn't far away. He got a 1-3-2 earlier on a 25 first checkout and a bullseye to finish. Wasn't to be this time, but Norris needs another tops. Goes over the bar and it was saved by the dart already in the net. 8-8 for a second match dart. That's the only one he needs. 4-2 to Nathan Girvan to seal a very, very good day. 8 points, a personal best in a day with the Online Darts Live League, and he is going places, that young lad. He will be back tomorrow, as will Alan Norris, but before we play tomorrow, we have to finish today's play to find out what happens with Richard North and Jamie Kelling. Last game of today's action, game number 15 of 15. And it is time to find out if Richard North can have the perfect day up against old pal Jamie Kelling. And if he does have the perfect day, of course he will win the daily table. But most importantly, if he wins this match, he will open up a 6-point gap at the top of the table.
Come on.
And he will have one hand on his ticket to the finals for Saturday night. If Jamie Kelling continues his improvement, like he's had in his last couple of games, well, could throw a spanner in the works.
Game on.
If Jamie wins this game, he will finish his day on 8 points, the same as Richard North and Nathan Girvan.
85.
But Jamie Kelling cannot win the daily table because of leg difference.
100.
If Kelling wins this game, he will finish Group A after 2 days on 10 points. And in a much better position than he was this time yesterday, where he was playing match 15 against Corrine Hammond after not getting any points.
180.
But the way that Northie has played today, and the last couple of days for that matter, he has been so much better and so much more consistent than every other player.
134.
6 darts and he's already taken the throw. He saved his best darts
95.
for his final game yesterday against Alan Norris when he averaged 106.6. Is he going to do the same again today? Looking to inflict more pain on his mate here after beating him 4-0 yesterday with a somewhat unsympathetic 4-0 scoreline. Looking at the bull. Oh, that wasn't far away. The flights were blocking the bullseye, but he missed it in the portion of the 25 that we could see. And Jamie. He said it to himself first, it wasn't just me. He shouldn't miss the single number there. Richard doesn't miss the 17,
Oh, fee.
but he
21.
does miss the outer ring. Lots of naming going on here. Jamie, and Northie. And Jamie gets himself the first leg of this contest. And we could have someone doing a favour for the likes of Alan Norris and Nathan Girvan here. And his name is Jamie Kelling. He might be doing himself a favour too. Performance of the day could well be Northie winning 5 games from 5. We'll find out in the next 6 legs or so. However, individually in one game specifically, the statistics do tell us that Jamie Kelling beating Alan Norris was the best performance of the day, averaging 98.
95.
2/3 of his doubles as well. And considering how he played earlier in the day, that was a brilliant display.
96.
Make no mistake, the way that he has played in the second half of today's action is going to make him feel so much better about tomorrow.
58.
There's that old saying, of course, that darts is on the day.
54.
And when you look at days like today, it's very true. We've got Mr. Consistent here,
140.
but the rest of the players will think, I'm not really sure where my form is at. It's all been a bit anti-Northie. Inconsistent. Very good setup for double 14 from Richard.
83.
I think the white flag has been raised in this leg.
Yeah, first
And
up.
he'd be right in thinking that, because that 16 dart hold for Northie does level things up at 1-1 And we're now into a best of 5 scenario to figure out who wins today's table and, of course, how much the gap will be at the top of Group A. Even if it's 4 points going into Wednesday, Northie will be a huge favourite to get through this group.
60.
I will bring you the action tomorrow, starting at 9:30 British time again, via your favoured bookmaker's streaming site and the Online Darts Live League YouTube channel. Chris Mason will return on Thursday to bring you Group B and Group C action, and of course the finals on Saturday night. Northie, who lives in a darting household, of course. His wife Tracy is a very handy player herself. She played at the Women's Series back in October.
60.
Judging by the amount of games that Northie has talked about in all the time that I've known him, I'm sure Tracy's a very good listener.
58.
Not that there's anything wrong with a dart player talking about the game until the cows come home, but there are better things to talk about. Family, football. Well, maybe not football at the minute. You definitely think that Northie's story is very far from being written, though. Still got it. Even though he's not on the tour right now, he has still got a high level of play.
100.
And for the second leg in a row, he's left 1-2-7. This time, the score is under a bit more threat. So this time he's got the checkout opportunity.
Yeah.
And misses out on double 8. The recovery is needed on treble 17 and gets it. Wasn't far away from resuscitating that 96 checkout. For a breaker throw.
Yeah, second out.
No, it's not in.
No, it's not right.
Yeah, do the old fishing rod there, Rich. Reel it back. 7'9¼ away, and you've still got a dart left.
Four.
That's not in either. That might just derail his focus a little bit, because he thought he was 2-1 up.
And 3.
And he's now 2-1 behind. I tell you what, that Jamie Kelling third dart wasn't a pure one. It went right in the bottom corner. It might have had a bit of a deflection on the flight as well. So he might be a bit of a lucky boy to be 2-1 up. I'll be fascinated to see how Richard responds after that leg.
45.
He thought he was halfway to victory. Now he's halfway to defeat.
Come on.
As far as the Group A standings are concerned, we have a guaranteed league leader in Richard North for tomorrow. He's currently on 16 points and plus 20. Great leg difference. 2 players on 12 points in Norris and Girvan. Norris on plus 6. Girvan currently in second spot on plus 10. So he will go into tomorrow's play as second place. That is guaranteed. We have Jamie Kelling next on 8 points and minus 4. Currently, that could change. Robert Thornton on 8 points and minus 7. And Corrine Hammond firmly rooted to the bottom of the table on 2 points and minus 25. So it looks like Corrine, after playing tomorrow, will play on Thursday and Friday during the day, which will also see Wes Newton, Jared Cole and Fallon Sherrick play. North looking to equalise once more.
M3.
And does so. Doesn't mess around this time. That's a 15 darter, and we still haven't had a 4-3, of course, today. Will we get one in this match? I think we deserve one. So there's a maximum of 3 legs left in this. with that loopy throw, Jamie does have the tendency to miss low
44.
when going for the inner ring. Said yesterday that northeast throw is one of the most graceful you can watch. Well, the next time he goes to the oche, watch the flight as it goes towards his eye line. Look how much it twists around.
100.
It's almost hypnotic. Look at it. It's like a butterfly floating through the air.
41.
Accentuated, of course, by those really white flights. Saying things like that. I think I've watched too much darts over the years. You know that.
60.
Comparing dart flights to butterflies. Who do I think I am? David Attenborough?
139.
Well, that was positively seismic, that visit. He's going to need something similar to leave a finish
97.
after 12. Doesn't want to have to win the last two legs. He wants to be the aggressor going into leg 6.
100.
But it's still advantage Kelling. Very much advantage Kelling. Unless Rich finds a 136 or a 140.
100.
Not bad. And that's what Jamie requires. Well, Tops is covered. And that's why he went to the 16s. I think he did the right thing there. Just didn't execute the right shot. Chance for North to break. It's the perfect time to break, really. But not the time for him to do it. Double 8. It's a bit of a scrappy one. It's 20 darts for Jamie Kelling, but he's got the lead at 3-2. And I said in the middle of that leg that North did not want to have to win the last two legs of the contest. Well, he has to. If he wants the perfect day, of course.
100.
And if he wants that 6-point gap at the top of the table. 6 points after 2 days. Can you imagine that?
140.
Jamie Kelling is doing Alan Norris himself and Nathan Girvan a favour. Let's face it, if Richard North has a bad day tomorrow, there are 3 players there who could potentially get back in it. We've seen Robert Thornton today only pick up 2 points. That could easily happen to Richard tomorrow. Don't forget as well, if
131.
Jamie Kelling wins one of the next 2 legs, top of the table today only will be Nathan Girvan. The first time he's done that.
100.
Yeah, very big achievement for Nathan. Double 8.
114. No.
Fine try there from Northy to try and take that 12 darter out. And to take us to a last leg decider
96.
for the first time all day long.
Yes,
And we've had to wait 15 matches for a 4-3 all day long, but this is what we're going to get. We're down to 1 leg left. Either Northy or Nathan Girvan will top today's table. It all comes down to this. If you've had a flutter on Nathan Girvan to top the table today, fair play to you. I might want to borrow your crystal ball. Hasn't happened yet, though.
96.
This is the hardest Richard's had to work all day long. Still averaging 93, 180, 3 140s, but only 21% on doubles. He's allowed the 80 average of Jamie Kelling to get into this match. It's in the balance. Jamie's doubles percentage is better, around 38%. 3 from 8. And he's a good dart and a bit behind here. Well, after the first dart 60 plumb in the middle, right at the top of the 60 bed, he will hate the next two.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, beautiful recovery. He really wants to finish without a loss, doesn't he? And he's going to have one hand in the finals if this 87 goes. $20 for bull. Double 5. Terrific. Richard North finishes the day with 5 victories, and he is telling everybody else in the table, you can't catch me. And the likelihood is they won't tomorrow. If you're going to find out if they can catch him, you better join me, Paul the Asset Nicholson. Thank you for your company today. It's been a real pleasure, whether you've been tuning in through your favourite bookmaker site or through the Online Darts YouTube channel. We thank you for your company, but join us tomorrow from 9:30 AM British time to see if Richard North can get the job done with a 6-point gap at the top of the table. It's me signing off for now, but we will see you tomorrow. Enjoy the Premier League tonight as well. See you later.